Chapter 1649. Chen hadn't eavesdropped on their discussion, so he didn't know what this soul guard was. With Barley leading the way and Shomu in front, Chen and Viper walked side by side. They soon arrived at the meeting hall. The so-called meeting hall was actually a large, independent wooden house. It was very spacious, with a rectangular wooden table in the center. It was 5 meters long, and there were dozens of wooden chairs in 2 rows. This place was like a small village in the Marshall Heaven continent. All the buildings were made of wood. It couldn't be said to be grand or solemn, but it was natural. The wood itself emitted a faint fragrance that made people feel refreshed and comfortable. In the meeting hall, there were 8 elderly people discussing matters. 6 of them were old men and 2 were old women. They had been standing the entire time and hadn't sat down. Some of them were quite excited. Seeing the appearance of the dragon's tomb, the 8 people who turned around were all stunned. Astonishment appeared on their aged faces. "Patriarch, you've returned." One of the old women looked at Longmu in disbelief. Longmu nodded. "Yes, Aunt Ju. I've returned. It's the Patriarch. The Patriarch has truly returned." The old voices were filled with excitement. One by one, the old people trembled as they stepped forward. They were overjoyed. As for Shomu, he was also calling them uncle and auntie. His mouth was very sweet, and his face had a childlike smile. Shomu was very young, but these people were very old. In fact, Shomu couldn't even call them grandfather or grandmother, but Shomu was calling them uncle and auntie. This made Chen feel a bit strange. However, it could be seen that these old people were very fond of Shomu. The old man Shomu called Wangbua quickly noticed Shomu's abnormality. He said in surprise, "Patriarch, how did your cultivation realm drop?" As he spoke, 2 dazzling rays of light shot out of the old man's eyes. They first swept past Viper, then fell on Chen. He said in surprise, "Your cultivation realm dropped because of this intruder. You took him as your soul guard." The light in the old man's eyes disappeared, and his expression became benevolent once more. It seemed that because of Shomu, even the old man looked at Chen like an elder sizing up a junior. The other elders were also sizing up Chen, their eyes full of kindness. At this moment, Chen couldn't help but frown when he heard the words soul guard. That's not right. Even if it's a soul guardian, it shouldn't have fallen to the 7th level. This should be one of the soul guardians. It seems like its potential isn't bad. The light in Aunt Ju's eyes dissipated. "Little guy, what's your name?" Uncle Wang looked at Chen and asked kindly. Chen said slowly. Not bad." Uncle Wang nodded in satisfaction. "As an invader, you can become Xiao Mu's soul guard. This is your good fortune. Your loyalty no longer needs to be tested. You must protect Xiao Mu well from now on." Loyalty. Test. Protection. Chen frowned, then turned to look at Gravekeeper in surprise. Looking at Chen's questioning gaze, Gravekeeper smiled apologetically, then turned his head and said, "You've misunderstood. His name is Chen. He's my friend, not a soul guardian." As his words fell, the eyes of the previously amiable and benevolent old men all burst with a sharp light. Originally, they all looked like they were about to die, but now, their bodies were surging with powerful auras, as if they were awakened ferocious beasts. Cold murderous intent flashed in the eyes of one of the elders. He said bluntly, "Xiao Mu, do you remember the ancestral teachings?" Gravekeeper smiled bitterly and said, "Uncle Liu, listen to me." The elder shook his head stubbornly and said indifferently, "There's no need to explain. The ancestral teachings are the ancestral teachings. Invaders who come here either die or be enslaved. He refined the devouring god seal, so we can use this opportunity to enslave him." The elder nodded and said, "That's right. If we join forces now, we can still enslave him. Invaders are not qualified to come here. This is the ancestral teachings and also the rule." Hearing the indignant voices of the elders, hearing the words enslave and kill, Chen did not do anything extreme. He just rolled his eyes. That's right, he rolled his eyes. Because the auras surging around these elders were only at LV8. They were not at the peak of LV8, nor were they at the middle or late stage of LV8. They had just entered LV8 and barely managed to stabilize their LV8. Even if there were 18 or 28 of them, Zichen would still roll his eyes, let alone 8 of them. Zichen did not feel the slightest bit of pressure when faced with these cold gazes. In fact, he even casually observed his surroundings. Uncle Wang stared at Zichen and said coldly, "Kid, make your choice at this moment of life and death." Zichen glanced at the old man and then looked at the tomb keeper. The latter spread his hands, indicating that he was helpless. Zichen nodded, indicating that he understood. Then, he spread his hands and said to the old man, "It doesn't matter." Uncle Wang was enraged. The other 7 people were also enraged. Light flashed in their eyes. One of the old men shouted, "Ba Li, take him." Zichen thought that the other party was going to make a move directly. Who would have thought that he would shout first? This made him stunned. Ba Li was guarding outside. When he heard the shout, he rushed in. The wooden house, which was not strong, began to shake under the surge of Ba Li's violent aura. "Die!" Ba Li shouted and chopped at Zichen with his axe. The axe flashed and the wooden house shook. The old man from before wanted to say something but stopped. He had intended to let Ba Li restrain the other party, not kill him. However, the 2 of them were at the same level. If the intruder could not even withstand a blow, then he was not worthy of being a soul guard. If he died, then so be it. Thinking this, the old man did not speak. Then, the axe fell. Ba Li's sneer could be seen on the axe's body. Zichen raised his hand and gently pushed. Golden light surged in his palm. The axe struck Zichen's palm, but it was as if it had hit a wall. A wall that was soft yet firm at the same time. All of his strength was instantly neutralized. At the same time, there was a strong rebounding force that was transmitted from the invader's palm to the axe. An even stronger surge of energy surged out like a violent wave. Peng! With a loud sound, Ba Li flew out of the door. The shaking wooden house stopped because of Barley's departure, but the power contained in Barley's powerful attack just now was nowhere to be found. Barley was defeated in one move, which made the group of old men very startled, but then they all nodded with gratification. Barley's fighting strength was already considered to be one of the best among the same level in the tribe, and the intruder was able to easily defeat him. Obviously he had good potential. It was not bad for such a person to be the chief soul guard. Ba Li fell to the ground and tried to stand up again. But he did not succeed. He was shocked and angry. He let out a loud roar. "Viper, take him down." The old man from before shouted again. Viper was startled. Then he pointed at his wounded body and said, "Elder, I'm injured all over. It's not good for me to fight." The old man glanced at Viper fiercely. He was very dissatisfied. Obviously, avoiding the fight in this situation was equivalent to destroying the tribe's reputation and morale. Ba Li could not stand up. Viper could not fight. In the meeting room, besides the intruder, there were only 8 elders and the tribe leader. At this time, of course, the tribe leader could not fight. So, the 8 elders looked at each other and kept communicating with their eyes. Zichen did not need to guess to know the meaning in their eyes. Which one should fight first? Obviously, it was very difficult to decide quickly. Zichen was a little impatient. He stepped forward and said, "I say, you guys, time is limited. You should all come together." Presumptuous. You are courting death. All kinds of shouts sounded again. Then, the 8 people's power went berserk. The wooden house that had just stabilized shook again. This time, under the impact of so many forces, the wooden house was on the verge of collapse. The tomb keeper was very helpless. Looking at the 8 elders who were emotional, he could only release a wave of energy to protect the wooden house. An old man rushed towards Zichen. His whole body was filled with powerful energy. Unfortunately, this kind of energy seemed very powerful, but it was not enough to enter Zichen's eyes. Zichen slowly pushed his palm forward and blocked the old man's attack. The energy collided. There was no vibration wave, only a dull sound. Peng! The old man who stepped on the wooden chair and went over the long table retreated the same way he came. He sat down on the wooden chair. With the momentum, the wooden chair slid back a few meters and stopped only when it reached the wooden wall. The old woman tapped her foot on the long table and used the momentum to rush towards Zi Chen. She held a long sword in her hand. The sword exuded a faint dragon aura. It was obvious that this was a weapon that was refined using the materials of a giant dragon. A cold light flashed. The long sword was pointed at Zi Chen's forehead. However, when the sword tip was 1 centimeter away from Zi Chen, it suddenly stopped. The sword was caught between Zi Chen's 2 fingers. No matter how much strength the old woman exerted, the sword tip could not move forward at all. The old woman looked at Zi Chen in disbelief. Zi Chen smiled faintly as he exerted force in 2 of his fingers. With a flash of golden light, the old woman's body staggered backwards. She kicked off the table with 1 foot and landed on a wooden chair. The chair then slid backwards and hit the wall. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Another 3 people rushed towards Zi Chen. Zi Chen's expression did not change. Golden light surged around his body. In an instant, he attacked 3 times. The 3 old men were sent flying. The 3 of them retreated the same way they came. After they landed on the wooden chairs, they were brought to the wall by a force. They were now side by side with the other 2 old men. Out of the 8 people, 5 were killed. Only 3 were left. Uncle Wang and Aunt Ju were left. Their angry faces were now filled with shock. "Come, I don't need the 3 of you." Zi Chen chuckled. "Arrogant. Die." The 3 of them shouted again and rushed towards Zi Chen. As the golden light flashed around Zi Chen, the 3 of them retreated. Then, they sat on the chairs and retreated. Chapter 1650. The 8 shocked elders' expressions kept changing when they heard Zi Chen's words. They believed that they had done things flawlessly, but they didn't understand what went wrong that allowed the other party to see through them. Although Zi Chen didn't kill them, the strength he displayed was enough to shock them. Outside, Barley, who staggered to his feet, was completely stunned. The 8 elders attacked as quickly as lightning, and the end of the battle wasn't slower than lightning. As Barley stood up, he saw the 8 elders retreat in defeat. They were defeated cleanly. In front of the invader, the 8 elders, who were clearly 1 level higher, had no room to counterattack. Finally, some clansmen rushed over after hearing Barley's roar. Following that, more and more experts gathered. "Barley, what happened?" Looking at Barley, who was standing outside the meeting hall, the experts asked. At this moment, the door to the meeting hall was completely closed. No one dared to enter rashly. "It's fine. The elders are discussing something with the patriarch." Barley shook his head. Just as the door to the meeting hall closed, he heard the patriarch's voice transmission and explained. "It's fine. Why is there dirt on you?" someone asked in puzzlement. "I had nothing to do, so I rolled around on the ground, okay?" Barley glared. Although they still had doubts, they didn't get anything out of Barley. They could only leave resentfully. After standing there for a moment, Barley felt bored and turned to leave. In the meeting hall, the elders took their seats again and sat side by side. Opposite them were Zi Chen and Mu Shou. As for Viper, he remained standing. "Patriarch, what is going on?" that old woman, Aunt Ju, asked. Mu Shou said, "Zi Chen is my friend. I dropped 5 levels to condense a divine seal. That's all." "Then why did Patriarch bring him back?" an elder asked. They had just heard Elder Wang's voice transmission telling them not to kill. They looked fierce, but they didn't plan on killing anyone. However, they were very glad. If they really wanted to kill someone, it was hard to say who would kill who. With his perfect body completely activated, Zi Chen's spiritual perception was extremely sharp. He could easily sense if there was any killing intent. Tombkeeper couldn't help but smile bitterly. "I originally wanted to ask Zi Chen for help, but who would have thought that there would be so many dragons in the sky? He's only at the 7th level. He can help us." Tombkeeper nodded and glanced at Zi Chen. A silver light flashed beside Zi Chen as the Dragon Soul Spear appeared. The Dragon Soul Spear released a dragon's might. The old men's expressions changed drastically. If they weren't sitting on the chairs, they would probably be lying on the ground. Even so, The moment they felt the dragon might, they lost almost all of their strength. Elder Wang asked in disbelief, "This is a dragon soul." "Not bad, a powerful dragon soul." Tombkeeper nodded. "Then, there's a way." Elder Wang's face was filled with anticipation. Tombkeeper shook his head and said, "The dragon soul's level is too low and there are too many dragons here. There's nothing we can do for the time being. By the way, why are there so many dragons here all of a sudden?" When the elders heard that, they revealed looks of disappointment. Elder Wang said, 2 years ago, the dragon souls in the dragon tomb suddenly began to flow away in large quantities. There are also more dragons here. Didn't you send anyone to take a look?" Tombkeeper asked. "Yes, we even sent an ascetic, but to date, no one has come out alive." Elder Wang shook his head and sighed. "There must be a reason for the large loss of dragon souls. I'll take a look." "Clan leader, you mustn't. That place is filled with danger. Even ascetics can't return. Clan leader, your strength is now reduced, so you can't take the risk." The elders hurriedly dissuaded him. Tombkeeper turned to look at Zi Chen with a pleading look in his eyes. Zi Chen didn't hesitate and shook his head. "Forget it. It's already difficult to deal with a single dragon. If we encounter a group, I'm afraid not even our bones will be left. But there are strange movements in the dragon tomb." Tombkeeper was a little reluctant. "So what? Even if we find the reason, do you think we have a way to deal with it? It's just adding to our troubles." Zi Chen said lightly. "Sigh." Guardian Mu let out a heavy sigh. He then looked at the 8 elders and said, "Elders, to be honest, we have come back this time for the devouring god seal." The elders were puzzled. Only Elder Wang seemed to have thought of something, and his expression changed a few times. "You still want the devouring god seals?" "Yes, I want 11 complete ones." Tombkeeper nodded. The 8 elders' expressions changed again, and they all looked at Tombkeeper in confusion. If they didn't have some kind of secret method to distinguish between the truth and the lies, they would definitely think that Tombkeeper was a fake. "The outside world is far from what you know. I have great use for the 11 devouring god seals, and I know those 11 people. They are very trustworthy, just like Zi Chen." Although Tombkeeper explained it clearly, it was still difficult to accept. The 8 elders didn't give an answer in person, and the meeting ended unhappily. Barley arranged a small independent courtyard for Zi Chen, and Viper went to treat his injuries first. As for Tombkeeper, as the clan leader, he naturally had his own residence. Zi Chen didn't ask why this room was so far away from the clan leader's residence, because he knew the reason very well. If he guessed correctly, at least 4 of the 8 elders were guarding the tomb at this moment. In fact, Zi Chen was wrong. It wasn't 4, but all 8. Obviously, there were some questions that couldn't be asked in front of Zi Chen, the intruder. Looking at the 8 elders in disbelief, Tombkeeper couldn't help but think of himself when he left this place. At that time, he was so high-spirited and full of confidence. But in the end, after being away for 1,000 years, he and Viper gradually lost their spirit and fighting spirit. In the end, they were even in despair and muddled through. Thinking of what he had felt and seen for 1,000 years, and thinking of his downfall, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. After a while, he said, "The intruders are far from as simple as we thought. They are not the stupid existences recorded in the books. They are very smart, very cautious, and very cunning. It is as difficult as ascending to heaven to trick them." The 8 elders listened quietly. It was said that in their lives, this was the first time they had seen an intruder. "The first time, I fell by 2 realms and condensed a divine seal. Not only did I fail to resist the intruders, but I was also almost killed. I paid a huge price of falling by 1 realm before Viper and I were able to escape. In the following 1,000 years, we constantly dealt with the intruders. Now, among the intruders, only the ones from the Zhonwu continent can still maintain a trace of kindness to us. As for the others, they can only fight to the death when they see us." Tombkeeper paused and said, "There is also a race among them called the Soul Eater clan. They are our natural nemesis. In the past 1,000 years, I have found at least 3 small worlds that were destroyed by the Soul Eater clan. In history, There were some records of the Soul-Eater clan. Although they were not comprehensive, they mentioned that the Soul-Eater clan was very, very dangerous. They didn't expect that such a race really existed in the outside world. The elders' expressions changed. I am very lucky to have met Zi Chen because he values friendship and promises. When I made up my mind to give him the second divine seal of devouring, it was a gamble. But I won the gamble. The dragon soul in Zi Chen's hand is very complete and very powerful. It is of great use to us. It can get rid of the giant dragons here, but I didn't expect that when I returned this time, there would be so many of them and so many powerful ones. Those 11 divine seals of devouring were obtained for Zi Chen's friends. I know those 11 people as well. They are as trustworthy as Zi Chen. Moreover, each of them is a genius with extremely powerful combat strength. With their help, I think our chances of resolving this crisis will be greater. The 8 elders frowned and pondered. One of them said, "Since his weapon is of great use to us, why didn't he leave it behind?" Tomb Keeper said, "That's impossible." "Nothing is impossible. I think that for a dragon soul weapon, our people will not fear death," Elder Wang said in a deep voice. "For the peace of the dragon's tomb, I also believe that our people are not afraid of death. But being not afraid of death and courting death are two completely different things. I don't want to see our people die in vain." The elders' expressions changed. Elder Wang asked, "Is he that strong? If he wants to, everyone except the ascetic cultivator will die. Don't expect to exhaust him with human lives. It is useless. I once saw him charge into an army of tens of thousands of invaders and slaughter them. No, it should be called a massacre. We can summon the ascetic cultivator." Before Elder Wang could finish, Tomb Keeper interrupted him. "It's useless. If he insists on leaving, no one can stop him. Perhaps the tens of thousands of dragons outside can, but his dragon soul is extraordinary. Perhaps it can help him escape at the critical moment." The elders fell silent. Elder Wang thought for a moment and said, "In other words, we can only trust them. We must trust them. This is the only way to survive. Besides the only way to survive, the only way left was to die. They might not be afraid of death, but as the Tomb Keeper clan, their duty was to protect the dragon's tomb. Nothing must happen to the dragon's tomb." Elder Wang sighed and said, "In that case, we can only give him the divine seal. But that weapon must be left behind. After all, the divine seal is too important. The weapon needs to be upgraded. It can't be left behind. Moreover, I doubt that the dragon soul weapon can still be used in our hands," Tomb Keeper said. Tomb Keeper's perception was very sharp. He had already noticed that the dragon soul in the dragon soul spear had intelligence and was connected to Zi Chen's soul. Under such circumstances, even if Zi Chen died, the dragon soul spear would not be used by others. It would only shatter. Since it was the only way to survive, it was not difficult to choose. The elders had to relent and say that they were willing to give up the devouring divine seal. "Don't worry, I will leave with him. Once the dragon soul succeeds in upgrading, we will return immediately. As for the dragon's tomb, don't send anyone there for the time being. It is too dangerous," Tomb Keeper said. Chapter 1651. The wait was relatively long. Viper had yet to recover from his injuries and was still recuperating. Tomb Keeper brought Zi Chen on a tour of the area. The Tomb Keeper clan's residence was completely protected by restrictions. Dragons were very sensitive to the aura of the Tomb Keeper clan. If they were not hidden, the entire Tomb Keeper clan would be wiped out. During this time, the two arrived at the center of the restrictions. A large golden bell floated in the air. Mysterious runes appeared on the surface of the bell. The runes flickered with light and a mysterious power spread out in all directions. The golden bell was very extraordinary. The mysterious power within seemed to be suppressing something. Tomb Keeper looked at the golden bell and said, "That is the supreme treasure that can stop the flow of time in the world. In order to activate it, we paid a great price." Glancing at Zi Chen, Tomb Keeper asked, "Are you wondering why I call the elders uncle instead of grandfather and grandmother?" Zi Chen shrugged. Tomb Keeper said, "It is not because of my seniority, but because they are very young. They were originally in the prime of their lives. Unfortunately, in order to activate the bell of heaven and earth, not only did they lose a great deal of their cultivation, but more than half of their vitality was also sucked away. That is why they became like this. Zichen was shocked. You mean they were all in the 9th layer before? That's right. They were all in the 9th layer, and at the peak of the 9th layer. They were extremely powerful, but for the sake of the Tombkeeper clan, they sacrificed their talents. Half of their vitality was sucked away, and they no longer had the possibility of reaching the peak. Zichen was shocked. He was also very surprised by the elders. Then, Zichen thought of a question and asked, "Then what about you?" "Could it be?" Tombkeeper said sadly, "That's right. I was also in the 9th layer, but considering my status, I only controlled the bell of heaven and earth. The loss was not great, and I only dropped a level. You do not see any 9th layer here. It is not that my clan does not have them, but that all of them have either dropped a level or died. All the powerhouses had dedicated their entire lives to the cause." Zichen had undoubtedly seen a united race, and he was very impressed. When Zichen saw the 8 old men again, they looked even older. Their cultivation levels had dropped again, almost to the initial stage of the domain realm. This time, they were no longer a threat. They looked like they were in their twilight years. Some of them even had age spots on their faces. It was reasonable to say that the lifespan of a domain realm expert was almost endless. However, they had suffered a severe drop in their cultivation, and their vitality had been severely damaged. They could be considered to have reached the end of their lives. Seeing them trembling as they handed over the devouring god seals one after another, Zichen suddenly felt a sense of guilt. At the same time, he also felt a sense of responsibility. "Zichen, the patriarch believes in you. We also believe in you. We hope that you can succeed." The one who spoke was Uncle Wang. His back was bent and his spirit was extremely weak. The old Zichen did not recognize him at first glance. "Zichen, our Tombkeeper clan is completely in your hands." That Aunt Ju bowed deeply to Zichen. The others did the same. Zichen did not reply. Instead, he turned around and did not accept such a big bow. Zichen, who was as tough as iron, actually had tears in his eyes at this moment. "Seniors, don't worry. As long as I am still alive, I will definitely think of a way to exterminate these giant dragons." Zichen's tone was calm, and he did not even turn his head as he spoke. With the devouring god seals in hand, it was time for the 3 of them to leave. Viper's injuries had completely healed, and Tombkeeper's cultivation level had increased. However, it had only stabilized by 1 level. The clansmen sent the 3 of them to the edge of the restriction. The 8 hunchbacked elders were in the lead. Looking at the expectant expressions of the crowd, Tombkeeper waved his hand. Zichen did not like this kind of parting scene, so he walked straight ahead. Without too many reminders, only endless trust, the 3 of them left. Ever since the Imperial Sky Region's side had successfully taken back Imperial Sky City, the entire battlefield of despair had regained its peace. The Dax Plains had once again become a training ground for many humans. Knowing that they would not be able to take down the city, the foreign tribes still held their breaths and came to the Dax Plains of their own accord to compete with the humans one after another. Among them, some human geniuses stood out and displayed powerful combat strength. The few titled ones from Shuntian Prefecture naturally did not pass on their responsibilities. At this moment, a group of 11 people gathered together. To be more precise, they were gathered together. Their heads were close together, and their eyes were filled with curiosity. "Hehe, it's finally done." Among them, Fortune Teller's proud laughter rang out. "Mph, deliberately mystifying things." Yi Ming stood in the distance, not bothering to pay attention to them. As long as Zichen was not here, Jin Qingcheng would not be at a disadvantage. There was a blood-red chip in the fortune teller's hand. If Zichen were here, he would immediately recognize that it was the chip that the fortune teller had asked for on credit. Other than the fortune teller, almost everyone else had one. In the past few years, they had completed their requests one after another and summoned something that belonged to them. As for fortune teller, he was one of the later ones. Crack. The blood-red crystal shattered in fortune teller's hand. A seal appeared from where the crystal shattered. In the middle of the seal, a passage to the domain world appeared. A thick ancient book slowly appeared. The Book of Destiny, a powerful treasure, appeared in front of everyone just like that. Everyone widened their eyes and stared at the Book of Destiny curiously and carefully. "Phut, what's there to see? It's not real. It's just an illusion formed." Yi Ming curled his lips in disdain again. He then tiptoed and looked into the crowd. Every fortune teller has to condense a book of heaven's will in their lifetime. Only then can they control the true book of heaven's will. I didn't expect my book of heaven's will to be condensed here. Haha, my battle prowess has clearly increased. Beside him, Wu Xie asked, "Isn't it just one more calculation every day?" Hee, one calculation. I can now calculate 10 times a day. Phut, 10 is nothing. Let me tell you, there are more magical and more powerful ones. It was obvious that fortune teller was very excited about the formation of the Book of Destiny. There was obviously a lot of pride in his words. "Wait, find a target and I'll show you." Fortune teller stood up and looked around. However, he didn't find anything. "Is anyone there?" Fortune teller suddenly shouted. His voice traveled for miles. The strong were bold, so no one stopped him. Soon, a small group of foreign races appeared in their line of sight. There were 10 of them, and 2 of them were in the late 7th stage. Fortune teller's eyes lit up when he saw these foreign races. He kept waving at them. "Over here, over here." The small group of foreign races was slightly stunned. They looked at the humans in front of them with uncertainty. They didn't dare to go forward. "Come quickly. I just got something good. I need you to be my witnesses." Fortune teller shouted again. He was very excited. It didn't matter if he didn't shout. However, when he suddenly shouted, the foreign races, who were already uncertain, turned around and left. They actually fled. "Ah!" Fortune teller was dumbfounded. "Idiot!" Yi Ming sneered. The others also stared blankly at the fleeing foreign races. It seemed like it was the first time they saw foreign races flee without a fight. Moreover, they were fleeing in a group. Fortune teller, who was holding the Book of Destiny, said unwillingly, "Let's wait a little longer. There will definitely be others coming." "What exactly is it?" Man Sha asked. "You'll find out soon." Fortune teller smiled mysteriously. The foreign races didn't disappoint him. They didn't flee. Instead, they went to find reinforcements. Soon, 2 more small groups of foreign races appeared. There were more than 20 of them, and 4 of them were in the late 7th stage. "It's them." The 7th stage foreign race from before pointed at fortune teller and the others. "Hee, they're here." Fortune teller quickly smiled and waved. Come quickly." The group of foreign races looked at fortune teller as if he was an idiot. Soon, they surrounded the group. Fortune teller didn't care about this. He smiled faintly and said, "I just got something good. I hope you can be my witnesses." "Is it a supreme treasure?" One of the late 7th stage foreign races sneered. "It's this." Fortune teller raised the Book of Destiny in his hand. A book. The group of foreign races was stunned. Then, they lost interest. Among the beasts, other than the priests, who would be bored enough to read a book? Now that they were here, it was time for the demonstration. The Book of Destiny in fortune teller's hand slowly flew up. "Open." Along with a shout, the Book of Heavens will opened. The pages flipped, and 8 pages appeared. A dazzling light erupted from the Book of Heaven's will, attracting everyone's attention. A golden light appeared from the Book of Destiny. When it landed, the golden light turned into a person. Seeing this person, everyone's eyes widened. "Zi Chen, it's you. What are you doing here? What's going on?" Looking at Zi Chen, who was bathed in golden light, everyone was stunned. Then, they immediately exclaimed. Unfortunately, the figure in the golden light didn't answer. His expression was cold, but his eyes were dull. He looked like a body without a soul. "It's that demon." When the group of foreign races saw Zi Chen in the golden light, their faces changed. Even though a few years had passed, they still had a deep impression of Zi Chen. "No, it's just a clone. Kill. They're with the demon." Hurry up and kill them. The group of foreign races shouted, their auras exploding. Kill. Fortune teller gave the order coldly. However, he couldn't hide the pride on his face. Swoosh. Zichen turned into a golden light and rushed forward. He was fighting without fear of death. His body dodged 2 attacks and rushed to the front of a late 7th stage foreign race. He clenched his fist and punched. The dazzling golden light was filled with a powerful aura. With an unstoppable force, it broke through the defense of the late 7th stage foreign race and hit the opponent's head. Bang! The late 7th stage foreign race's head exploded. Chapter 1652. Zichen, who was summoned from the Book of Destiny, was like a fighting machine. Every time he threw a punch, a golden light would flash, and one of the outsiders would die. Soon, several of the foreign races were killed. Kill him. The non-humankind warriors shouted, and the original encirclement immediately dispersed. All the non-humankind warriors turned to attack Zichen. Facing the attacks coming from all directions, Zichen displayed an extraordinary speed, dodging all the attacks. He did not use any skills, and every attack was purely based on strength and speed. Many attacks brushed past his body, and at the same time, Zichen killed one of the outsiders with every attack. Looking at the outsiders dying one by one, everyone's eyes widened, and their faces were filled with disbelief. Your Book of Destiny has such a skill. Mansha was shocked. Of course. Although it can only use 1/10 of its power, 1/10 of Zichen's power is enough to deal with these outsiders. Destiny Teller was confident and proud. Pu. After a series of attacks, Zichen was finally injured. Looking at the shallow wounds on Zichen's body, Hidden Mist said in surprise, "Did your summoned form inherit Zichen's defense?" Destiny Teller said, "It is equivalent to 1/10 of Zichen's physical defense." It could be said that this summoned form was equivalent to 1/10 of Zichen. Whether it was in terms of attack or defense, it was extraordinarily powerful. The summoned form did not have a soul, and it looked more like a killing machine. As the outsiders fell one by one, the rest of the outsiders turned around and ran. The battle came to an end, and all the outsiders were killed. Not a single one escaped. Those who did not have time to kill the summoned form did, and those who did not attack did. Every outsider represented a contribution, and every contribution represented a fortune. No one would complain about it being too little. After the battle ended, everyone gathered again and took a good look at the golden light Zichen. Even Yi Ming took a few more glances at it. Although he hated the appearance of this summoned creature, he had to admit that this summoned creature was very powerful. Fortune Teller, your Book of Destiny is amazing. If you can summon dozens of Zichen like this at the start of the battle, your battle power will be heaven-defying. Even if the real Zichen comes, he won't be a match for you. Mansha looked at the Book of Destiny in Fortune Teller's hand, his eyes burning with passion. Destiny Teller curled his lips and said, "What do you think this is? Unlimited summoning? There's a limit to this, you can only summon one Zichen." Everyone nodded. Being able to summon one was already something to be proud of. Although this Zichen had no soul, his demeanor was exactly the same as the real Zichen. Mansha's eyes flickered as he suddenly said, "Let's see how he will react if I kick his butt." Instinctive reaction, Destiny Teller said. Wu Xie's eyes lit up when he heard that. That's right. I can't beat him with my real body, but I can definitely give this a try. Also, I've been thinking about kicking Zichen's butt for a long time. Since you've thought about it, then give it a try. Another voice was heard. Hehe, let's give it a try. Wait, your summoned creature can talk. Mansha looked at Golden Zichen from head to toe. It's just an energy body without a soul or thoughts. It's considered a killing machine. How can it talk? Destiny Teller said. But I just heard Zichen's voice, Mansha said seriously. Impossible. Everyone did not believe him. I heard it too, Wu Xie said. Seeing that the two of them did not seem to be joking, everyone was confused. Maybe the two of you are hiding something. The voice was heard again. This time, everyone heard it. They immediately turned around and saw 3 people standing behind them. The one in the lead was Zichen. Beside him were Viper and Tomb Keeper. Looking at Zi Chen's half-smile, everyone was stunned at first. Then, they burst into cheers. Of course, there were a few people who could not cheer. Man Shi scratched his head in his trademark way and smiled foolishly. Wu Xie looked away. Destiny Teller quietly put away golden Zi Chen. That thing of yours is quite extraordinary. I actually felt the same aura. Zi Chen looked at Destiny Teller and said, "Hehe, it is quite extraordinary." Destiny Teller laughed. "Besides looks, it seems to have some other connection with me," Zi Chen said. Destiny Teller raised a little finger and said, "Just a little bit." "What connection?" Zi Chen asked. "It's because I picked up some of your blood on the battlefield that I was able to condense it. But don't worry, I can guarantee that it won't harm you. It will only increase my combat strength." Seeing the smile on Zi Chen's face, Destiny Teller laughed. Only now did he know that Zi Chen was joking with him. He did not mind. "What were you doing? You were gone for so long." "Was it long? It's only been a month." "A month? It's been 100 months. Zi Chen, are you stupid?" Zi Chen was stunned but soon understood. It was the flow of time. "Come, let's return to the city first. Since Zi Chen is back, let's have a good gathering today," Shun Tian said. After cleaning up the battlefield, everyone started to return. "How's the situation in Imperial Sky City?" On the way back, Zi Chen asked. "It's already on the right track. Don't worry, no one dared to antagonize us during this period of time. However, you have to be careful because in these few years, there would always be people trying to find news about you," Shun Tian said. Zi Chen nodded. He knew who it was without thinking. It was just that he didn't expect that the Wang clan still wouldn't give up. However, it was clear that the Wang clan had paid a great price for this. Now, unless one was at the 9th level, no one could kill him. "Is old man Schenker still doing well?" "That old man is doing very well." "Oh right, he often talks about you, saying that he owes you a compensation." "Compensation?" Zi Chen recalled the promise the old man made. As long as they could conquer Imperial Sky City, they would give Zi Chen a reward. But after that, Shu Hu seemed to be intentionally targeting him. Hence, the matter of the reward was left unsettled. The group of 15 returned. During this time, Yi Ming's gaze towards Zi Chen was somewhat lovey-dovey. Because of Zi Chen's return, the smile on Jin Qingqing's face also increased. Zi Chen directly headed to Schenker's store. Firstly, he could buy anything here. Secondly, Zi Chen also wanted to see old man Schenker. All this time, the old man had been taking care of him very well. The two of them could be considered friends, but the old man could also be considered an elder. Upon seeing Zi Chen, old man Schenker was very surprised. He then said, "I haven't heard from you for a few years. I thought you had died." Zi Chen laughed. "You haven't died yet, how can I die?" "Old man, Zi Chen is back. Let's have a good gathering tonight. Prepare some wine, don't be stingy, it must be the best. Naturally, the bill will be on Zi Chen's head." Man Shi slammed the table and said in a forthright manner, "No problem." The old man nodded with a smile. Old man Schenker was very efficient. Not long after, everything was prepared. More than a dozen people sat in the backyard and began to drink. The old man sat next to Zi Chen and said, "Boy, do you still remember the reward last time?" Zi Chen said lightly, "It's been so long. Didn't I say that I would give it to others? That place is different. I can't let hundreds of people go, but I can also make the decision to let more of you go. But this is the limit. It's a small world that belongs to the natives. I think you should go and have a look." The old man patted Zi Chen on the shoulder and said, "You only have one chance. If you want to go in again, you will need more contribution points to exchange for the qualification." Zi Chen nodded and did not refuse this time. "That place is also very dangerous. Be careful after you go in." The old man kindly reminded him. Zi Chen suddenly thought of something. He clapped his hands and said, "Just in time. This time, I brought a gift for each of you. It's a very valuable gift." Everyone looked at Zi Chen with curiosity. Man Shi immediately said, "What is it? Take it out and let us see." Zi Chen stretched out his hand and 11 devouring god seals appeared in his hand. There were 5 strokes in the devouring god seals. His body emitted light, and the surrounding energy of heaven and earth became unstable at this moment. Seeing the devouring god seals, Old Man Shenke's eyes flashed. He first glanced at Zi Chen, then his eyes fell on Shoumu. This thing is very important. Be careful when refining it. Zi Chen reminded and then handed the 11 devouring god seals to the 11 people. Yi Ming, who was looking forward to it, saw that Zi Chen did not give it to him. He immediately said unhappily, Zi Chen, what do you mean? Didn't you say that everyone will get one? Zi Chen glanced at Yi Ming and said lightly, do you know what this is? It shouldn't be anything good, Yi Ming said unhappily. I exchanged this with my life. I can only give it to someone I trust. Although we've been through many battles, I still can't trust you 100%. This thing must be given to someone I trust 100%. Yi Ming was furious and gritted his teeth. Meanwhile, the people who were originally curious now had extremely serious expressions. One by one, they carefully put away the devouring god seals. Don't drink too much. Refine the seal as soon as possible. The refining method is very simple. Just imprint the seal between your eyebrows. The drinking party ended. The 11 people returned to their residence and began refining the devouring god seals. Yi Ming was the only one who was unhappy. Of course, he also showed the disdain that he deserved. Looking at the last devouring god seal in his hand, Zi Chen finally put it away. The Gravekeeper clan was of great importance, and he could not tolerate any betrayal. Therefore, Zi Chen did not give the extra devouring god seal to Yi Ming. The next day, Shun Tian and the others did not show up. Clearly, they were all refining the devouring god seals. Zi Chen had expected this. He was not in a hurry. Instead, he wandered around the city and looked for something good. At present, there were not many things that could catch Zi Chen's eye. Sure enough, after walking around for more than half a day, Zi Chen did not see anything that caught his eye. Instead, many people noticed Zi Chen. Among them, many people had fought side by side with Zi Chen before. As the number 1 on the soldier leaderboard, Zi Chen's reputation was very great. Wanting to obtain an image of Zi Chen's appearance was naturally not a very difficult thing. Among the many gazes, Zi Chen sensed some gazes that harbored ill intentions. In the blink of an eye, a month passed. In this month, Zi Chen did not take a step out of Imperial Sky City. Because his whereabouts were exposed, there would be many strangers appearing in the vicinity of Zi Chen's residence every day. Everyone's refining had not ended yet. Zi Chen was still waiting. And in the following month, 11 people appeared one after another. After refining the devouring god seals, their faces were clearly filled with excitement and gratitude. Chapter 1653. The divine seal allowed everyone to clearly sense their own inadequacies, and thus, they understood the true value of the divine seal. For all the humans who entered the battlefield of despair, the devouring divine seal was a supreme treasure that was tailor-made for them. Due to the different refining speed, everyone came out of seclusion one after another a month. Old Man Shenke had arranged everything. Zi Chen began to gather everyone, preparing to enter the secret land as a reward. Including Yi Ming, a group of 15 people arrived at Shenke's store early in the morning. Yi Ming, who had been in seclusion for nearly 2 months, was a little worried. But when he saw that there was almost no change in their combat strength, he was greatly relieved. In his heart, he despised Zi Chen for being deliberately mysterious. Shenke's store was not big, but there were hidden mysteries inside. Almost every empty door had a strange place behind it. Another door was pushed open. There was a teleportation array in the empty room. Shenke casually tapped a few energy points and directly activated the teleportation array. Go in. Old Man Shenke stepped out and instructed, a jade token will naturally appear on your body. The jade token can be used to teleport you here. If you encounter danger, you can also crush the jade token. It was a protective talisman. Everyone nodded and stepped into the teleportation array. After coming out of the teleportation array, everyone arrived at the secret land. Above their heads was the blue sky, with no clouds for thousands of miles. Below their feet was the boundless green grass. Before they came, they knew nothing about this world. Now that they were looking at the prairie, they naturally could not get any useful information. Only a jade token condensed in the air and slowly fell. Everyone raised their hands and caught one each. But there were only 13 jade tokens, not 15. Mu Shou and Viper did not have any. For a moment, except for Zi Chen, everyone's eyes fell on the two of them. Their eyes were filled with doubt, confusion, solemnity, and contemplation. The two of them did not care about everyone's gazes. Mu Shou looked back in one direction and gradually frowned. Zi Chen, who turned around, noticed the two of them. He directly threw the jade token in his hand, but it was returned by Mu Shou. He shook his head and said, "We don't need it." The group obviously did not understand this world, and they did not know where to go. There were no obvious signs to guide the way in such a large grassland, and there were no strange creatures. Seeing that everyone was at a loss, Tombkeeper said, "Maybe I know which direction to go." Everyone's gaze once again fell on Shoumu's face. They saw calmness and confidence. Then, they all looked at Zi Chen, waiting for Zi Chen to make a decision. "Let's go," Zi Chen said calmly. Tombkeeper pointed to the east and said, "Go that way. Keep walking. I can sense that there should be something good in that direction." Everyone began to move forward according to Tombkeeper's instructions. Zi Chen noticed that the Tombkeeper was not calm, so he asked, "You've been here before?" Tombkeeper shook his head. Zi Chen said again, "But your mood changes a lot. How should I put it? You seem to be in a state of sadness and despair." After a moment of silence, Tombkeeper sighed and said, "I feel a familiar presence in this world, but it is gone. This world is dead." A familiar presence. Zi Chen did not understand. The original world was a whole, and the Tombkeepers were a big clan. Before the world was destroyed, the experts of the clan moved the dragon tomb to this small world to protect the dragon soul. The invaders were very powerful, and there was a special clan among them. The experts of the clan were afraid that they could not protect the dragon soul, so they moved the dragon tomb away. Hearing this, Zi Chen understood what Tombkeeper was trying to say. He was shocked. "So, there is also a dragon tomb here, and there is also a Tombkeeper clan here." Tombkeeper nodded and said, "There used to be, but it should be gone now. This world is destroyed. The dragon tomb and the Tombkeepers are all dead." Tombkeeper was sad. Naturally, he was reminded of the scene. If the coordinates of the small world he was in were leaked, it would become the next ruined and dead world. There are great restrictions for humans to come here. It is impossible to mobilize an army. What kind of force could destroy this world and the dragon tomb? Zi Chen did not understand. "Our natural nemesis, the soul-devouring clan." Tombkeeper said indifferently, "They can devour all souls, including the dragon soul. Only they have the means to destroy a world." Everyone walked in front, unintentionally eavesdropping on the conversation between the two. Something suddenly jumped out of the green space in front of them. It was a pangolin with a body length of only 2 meters. It came out from the ground and went straight for Jin Qingcheng. However, its movement was too big and it did not know how to hide its explosive power. As soon as it appeared, it was hit by Man Shi, who was beside it, and was sent flying. Seeing the prey, Man Shi shouted excitedly and rushed up. He clenched his fist and punched again. Peng! The pangolin was sent flying again, and it coughed up blood. Man Shi shouted and rushed up again. "What did you see?" Looking at the battle ahead, Tombkeeper asked. "Its defense is very strong. Man Shi has not broken its defense yet. Moreover, this is not a true pangolin," Zi Chen said in a deep voice. "It is a low-level dragon, formed from the remnant dragon soul. It is called the burrowing dragon." Tombkeeper said, "This world is broken, and the dragon soul swimming in it is not strong. It is very suitable for the growth of your dragon spear." "Oh!" Zi Chen's eyes lit up. With the dragon spear in his hand, he shook it hard and the dragon spear flew out. Bang! Man Shi's third attack made the burrowing dragon roll on the ground 3 times. However, after 3 rounds, the dragon's body suddenly flashed and disappeared. "Damn it, Come out. Man-Sha stomped on the ground with his right foot, and a powerful force surged. However, it was useless. After the dragon entered the ground, he did not know where it ran to. Man-Sha was annoyed after losing the first battle. At this moment, a silver light whizzed past in front of Man-Sha. It advanced for 300 meters, and the dragon soul spear fell straight down. Faintly, there seemed to be a dragon's roar. Puff! The dragon's spear went straight into the ground, and a painful roar came from the ground. Man-Sha widened his eyes and looked at the small part of the spear in disbelief. After a full 10 breaths of time, there was an explosion from underground. Grass and dirt flew everywhere as the dragon soul spear turned into a silver light and shot towards Zichen. Zichen used his spiritual sense to sense that the dragon soul's aura was stronger. Devouring that burrowing dragon is no less than absorbing a dragon crystal. Zichen took the dragon spear and said. Tomb Keeper nodded, and there was a rare look of joy on his face. It seems that we came to the right place. The dragon spear can advance quickly here. Zichen and Tomb Keeper were still talking about some things when Man-Sha quickly ran up. With the devouring god seal, he also wanted to grow quickly. After going up, he was dumbfounded when he saw the hole in the ground. There was only a shriveled beast corpse there, and he could not devour it. Looking at Man-Sha's depressed look, Shuntian went up and patted him on the shoulder. Don't worry, there will be a second one. There was still no end to the grassland. More burrowing dragons appeared one after another. Although they were called dragons, they had almost no intelligence and only knew how to charge forward. However, when they knew that they were no match for them, they would still choose to run. After suffering once, no one would make the same mistake again. Next, 2 people worked together to kill the burrowing dragons. After killing them, the person who attacked would devour all of their vitality. Yi Ming, who did not feel anything at first, slowly widened his eyes, and his eyes were filled with shock. Sensing the obvious increase in everyone's aura, he finally understood the value of the devouring god seal. At that moment, his emotions became extremely complicated. No one cared about Yi Ming's feelings at that moment. At that moment, everyone was thinking about increasing their strength. For a moment, everyone spread out in groups of 2 and began to search for prey on their own. This could not be helped because the dragon soul spear had a strong suppressive effect on those burrowing dragons. It was almost a one-hit kill. If they stayed too close to Zichen, they would not be able to get anything. Everyone had to spread out. Mu Shou and Viper did not care. They did not come here to try to break through. The 2 of them just followed Zichen. As for Yi Ming, he had been mercilessly abandoned. This was because among the 11 people in the team, the fortune teller and the golden Zichen that he had summoned were enough to defend one side. As for the other 10 people, they formed 5 teams. As a result, Yi Ming seemed a little redundant. Now that he knew the use of the devouring god seal, he seemed very depressed. Obviously, without the devouring god seal, his combat strength would be greater than the others. Following behind, he kept sizing up the 3 people while thinking about many questions in his heart. As if he had figured out the key to the problem, his gaze finally fixed on Mu Shou. The group was still moving forward, but there were clearly not enough burrowing dragons here. It was not enough to make the bloodthirsty people excited. Man-Sha roared in dissatisfaction, wanting to attract more burrowing dragons. However, it did not matter if he did not roar. After he roared, the number of burrowing dragons decreased. In the end, the group walked for more than 10 miles and did not find a single one. Just as everyone was vexed, they suddenly saw a black line on the horizon. The appearance of the black line was very sudden and immediately attracted everyone's attention. Then, everyone rushed forward, wanting to see the black line clearly. However, when they saw the black line clearly, everyone's expression changed. Those black lines were unknown black exotic beasts that were more than 3 meters in size. It's dragon beasts. There are so many of them. Mu Shou's expression changed when he saw those black exotic beasts. The black mass of dragon beasts numbered more than 10,000. They were lined up neatly like a well-trained army. An oppressive aura came from the other side. It seemed that the auras of these dragon beasts had all gathered together. The few people who had been complaining that there were too few exotic beasts were now looking at the front with extremely serious eyes. Be careful. These dragon beasts might be controlled by someone, Long Mu said with a serious expression. Controlled by someone. Chapter 1654. Sensing Zi Chen's puzzled gaze, Tombkeeper explained, the Soul Eater clan is born with a keen perception, one for space and the other for souls. In any world, they can quickly familiarize themselves with it and comprehend the power of space rules. To them, the natives of the world they belong to have the purest souls. By devouring the souls of the natives, their realm can quickly improve. It's just like how you need law fragments and spirit crystals to break through. After a pause, Tombkeeper continued, in this battlefield of despair, Viper and I are natives, but in your Jianwu continent, you are natives. Zi Chen's heart skipped a beat. He suddenly began to understand why the ancestors kept sending people to the battlefield of despair. By placing the battlefield here, the human side, who was suppressed by the rules, would not have any advantage and would suffer heavy losses. However, it was better than placing the battlefield in the Jianwu continent, which would cause great suffering. Looking at the orderly army of dragons in front, Zi Chen raised his eyebrows and said, in that case, he has already sensed your and Viper's existence. As soon as Viper and I appeared, he should have sensed it. Their comprehension of space is much stronger than ours, so I can't sense his specific location. Tombkeeper shook his head and said. Zi Chen said, you just said that there is a dragon beast king among the dragons. Tombkeeper nodded and said, yes, although the Soul Eater clan is powerful, they don't have the ability to control a group of dragons. He only controls the dragon beast king and gives orders through it. Zi Chen asked again, can you sense the location of the dragon beast king? Tombkeeper seemed to have guessed what Zi Chen was going to say and said in surprise, that's possible. What are you going to do? Charge into the army of dragons. Their individual strength is already stronger than the drilling dragons. At this moment, their auras are condensed together like an iron plate. Zi Chen said in a deep voice, I know they are very strong, but if we don't disperse them and kill the dragon beast king, everyone will die here. Don't tell me that these things can't fly. We just need to fly over. Mu Shou smiled bitterly, dragon beasts can't fly, but wherever they spread their aura, it will form an invisible no-fly zone. This kind of zone isn't strong, but it's absolute. If it's the 9th layer, it can be ignored. But if it's the 8th layer, it won't work, even if it's the peak of the 8th layer. The orderly formation of the dragon beasts did not attack, but everyone felt a heavy pressure in their hearts. Defend. Zi Chen growled. The 11 vigilant people in front retreated and formed a circle with Zi Chen in the center. Zi Chen and the other 3 were in the circle. From the start of the battle, focus on defense. You guys can attack after I kill the dragon beast king. Zi Chen used a commanding tone, not allowing anyone to question him. Everyone immediately nodded. Right at this moment, a voice rang out from behind the group of dragon beasts, human, my target is only those 2 natives. Hurry up and leave. I won't make things difficult for you. Aboriginal. The 12 of them, including Yi Ming, had surprise in their eyes. They looked at the Tombkeeper and Viper at the same time. Both of them looked straight ahead, their expressions unchanged. I know you guys are from the Jianwu continent, but I don't want to be your enemy. I only want those 2 natives. Not only will you not lose anything if you hand over the natives, you'll even gain Ku Wang's friendship. Clearly, the Soul Eater's name was Ku Wang. I'll say this in advance. I just don't want to be your enemy. I'm not afraid of you. On the contrary, I have the ability to kill all of you. By then, the natives will still fall into my hands. I'll only give you 10 breaths to think about it. What's there to think about? No one can escape from the dragon beast army. Instead of that, it's better to hand them over and gain that guy's friendship. That way, our next journey will be much smoother, Yi Ming said without hesitation. There was silence all around. Nobody responded. Viper and the Tombkeeper finally understood why Zi Chen kept the last divine seal. Stand your ground. Zi Chen only said 2 words. He did not explain, nor did he give the others the right to choose. The others did not ask either. They took out their weapons one after another and expressed their attitude with their actions. Although they had expected this, the two of them were still very touched at this moment. The others and Zi Chen did not express their opinion because they completely regarded the two of them as one. Just like how Zi Chen would not give up on any of the 11 people, of course, he would not give up on them. Zi Chen walked out of the encirclement with an indifferent expression. Human, I'm sorry to tell you that you've made the wrong choice. Maybe you have a trump card, but let me tell you this. In front of Ku Wang, your trump card is useless. You sure have a lot of nonsense. Zi Chen's expression was cold. He moved and was ready to charge forward. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Wait. A loud shout was heard. Yi Ming jumped out of the encirclement and shouted at the beasts, Do you still mean what you said just now? Of course. As long as you leave, I won't do anything. All right, I'm leaving. Yi Ming did not have any hesitation. He ran to the side directly. He was very decisive and did not invite Jin Qingcheng. He did not even look at her. Phut, I knew he was a despicable person. Man Shi looked at Yi Ming's back and spat in disdain. Zi Chen was very calm. Don't be angry. He's not worthy of our trust. A smart guy has already left. Is there anyone else who wants to leave? The situation is very obvious. You can't stop the attack of the dragon beasts at all. Life or death, choose one. You talk too much. As soon as he finished speaking, a dazzling golden light flashed around Zi Chen's body. With a tap of his foot, his body left the ground, and a huge pressure emerged. Under this pressure, Zi Chen's flying in the air became a short-distance jump. Kill. A cold murderous voice echoed between heaven and earth. A ferocious light flashed in the eyes of the dragon beasts. Then, a brutal aura began to surge. The aura completely materialized and formed a huge beast shadow in the air. It was formed by the aura of a group of dragon beasts. As long as the beast shadow did not disperse, the dragon beast army would be a whole. The destructive power it produced was unimaginable. You do have some tricks up your sleeve. Looking at the beast shadow that had just appeared, Zi Chen smirked coldly. Buzz. The air vibrated. A dazzling golden light erupted around him. The powerful heart in his body was beating vigorously. Waves of energy flowed through his blood into every part of his body. A thunderous sound reverberated within Zi Chen's body as a powerful and berserk aura surged forth. 7 shining stars appeared on Zi Chen's chest, and on each of the stars, there were 4 lines of marks. With the dragon spear on his back, Zi Chen held the long saber that he had not used for a long time. He charged straight at the giant beast that had just condensed. You're overestimating yourself. An indifferent voice was heard. The roars of the beasts shook the sky. Dragon power spread. The giant beast seemed to have turned into a giant dragon in the blink of an eye. It charged at Zi Chen. Whoosh. Amidst the roars of the beasts and the loud roar of the dragon, there was also the clear sound of a saber being unsheathed. The long saber was unsheathed. Golden saber light shone between heaven and earth. 63 sabers appeared between heaven and earth. Each saber was so bright, so dazzling, and so resplendent. The 63 saber lights merged with 9 on their way forward. Finally, they merged into 7 sabers. The 7 merged saber lights drew a semicircle and rushed toward the giant dragon. Clang! The first saber hit the giant dragon's glabella. A sonorous sound erupted. This was the phantom formed by the beasts. It represented the unification of the beast's aura. The first saber light shattered directly. But then, the second saber light fell and hit the same spot. Bang! The second saber light shattered. There was a shallow mark on the giant dragon's glabella. Poof! The third saber light fell and landed on the same spot. The shallow mark turned into a crack. The beasts' bodies shook immediately. P-U-K-A. K-A. The fourth, fifth, and sixth saber light fell on the same spot one after another. The crack on the giant dragon's glabella began to spread and spread. Bang! The last saber light fell. The giant dragon's head exploded. The condensed dragon phantom dissipated. The bodies of all the dragons below trembled. Rays of light fell from heaven and earth and returned to their bodies. The dragon's auras were scattered. They were like a group of stragglers. Damn it! Kill them! An exasperated roar sounded. The dragons charged forward. They were heavily injured, but their steps were no longer uniform. They were originally an army. Now, they were a group of stragglers. The danger was greatly reduced. Zichen sheathed his saber. His body shone with a thick golden light. His entire body was like a golden meteor as he charged toward the dragons. Bang! 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 The moment the two sides collided, a powerful energy burst out. One by one, the dragon beasts were sent flying in all directions by Zichen. Some of the dragon beasts fell to the ground, unable to get up, and some of them exploded the moment they were sent flying. All kinds of dragons flew backward. Zichen, who was in the golden light, pressed forward. But if one looked closely, they would find that the golden light surging around Zichen was dissipating rapidly. During this period, Zichen had to endure a huge rebound force every time they came into contact. Boom! The golden light gradually dissipated. Just as the momentum was exhausted, the void behind Zichen broke open. A shining silver fist light appeared. Thunder King's meteor punch. The fist light, which looked like Xing Chen's, carried the violent power of thunder and rushed forward. With a thunderous boom, the fist light opened up a safe passage for Zichen that was more than 10 meters long. Buzz! With this gap, the dissipating golden light around Zichen solidified again. Then, he charged forward in a straight line. This time, after charging for more than 20 meters, Zichen could no longer endure the powerful rebound force. He began to cough up blood. His blood was no longer red. It was golden. When it fell to the ground, it looked like a golden pearl, shining brightly. It's useless. You can't make it. Ku Wang's voice sounded. Zichen did not bother to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth. He just smiled coldly and held the dragon spear on his back tightly in his hand. The silver light on the dragon spear was like a surging thunder snake. A loud dragon roar resounded through heaven and earth. Vast dragon power spread. Feeling the dragon power of a superior, the advancing dragons were immediately frightened. Some of them even collapsed to the ground. In an instant, under the cover of the dragon's might, the dragon beast continued to roll around. Its imposing aura was also greatly reduced. Chapter 1655. Boom! Zichen's speed was very fast. Like a bolt of silver lightning, the long spear pointed somewhere. Endless power spread out, and the void suddenly exploded. The void exploded, and a figure appeared. This was a guy wrapped in a black robe. His face was an unhealthy green, and his appearance was very strange. His green eyes were full of shock at this moment. Beside the black-robed figure stood a huge dragon beast. At this moment, the dragon beast's eyes were full of despair and fear. The moment the dragon spear broke through the void, it pierced the huge dragon beast's forehead. As a member of the soul-devouring clan, Ku Wang had stayed in this small world for a very long time. Back then, when he was traveling through space, he accidentally discovered this small world. At that time, this place had already been destroyed by the ancestors of his clan. Although there were not many valuable things left, Ku Wang still stayed here. In the process of growing up, he tamed a dragon beast king and had an army of dragon beasts. So, he was completely invincible here with his army of dragon beasts. But he never expected that today, a late-stage 7th-level divine beast king could break through his army of dragon beasts and accurately find his position. At that moment, Ku Wang felt a strong sense of crisis. At the moment of life and death, he did not hesitate to send the dragon beast king out. So, the dragon beast king was hit, and he was able to retreat safely. Looking at the human in front of him, Ku Wang's mind was shaken, and he quickly retreated. Zichen shook the long spear in his hand. Silver light flashed, and the dragon soul's devouring effect was activated. Ku Wang suddenly pointed a finger, and the power of space fell on the dragon beast king, allowing him to escape the attack of the dragon spear in an instant. Roar! The dragon beast king, who was forcibly pulled back from the brink of death, let out a roar that shook the sky. Its previously desperate eyes were now filled with murderous intent. Its front hooves stomped on the ground, and it flew toward Zi Chen with great force. Bang! Zi Chen clenched his right fist and punched out. A dazzling golden light burst out. The fist hit the Dragon Beast King's head, and a ripple of energy instantly exploded, dissipating in all directions. Zi Chen's body swayed slightly, and all the impact was neutralized. Looking at the Dragon Beast King, it was sent flying by Zi Chen's punch. Ku Wang's original intention was to let the Dragon Beast King hold on for a while he took the opportunity to use the soul-devouring technique. However, he did not expect this human to be so powerful that he could knock down the Dragon Beast King with one punch. His expression changed, and he retreated again. His hands formed a seal in mid-air, and he pointed at the Dragon Beast King again. The Dragon Beast King, whose aura was weak, suddenly erupted with a berserk power. This was the result of activating its potential and vitality. When the berserk state ended, even if the Dragon Beast King did not die, it would only be left with half of its life. Its eyes turned crimson red, and it lost all reason. It became crazy and charged towards Zi Chen again with a violent aura. Boom! The sky trembled under this momentum, and the terrible power caused the space to distort. At this moment, the Dragon Beast King was like a meteorite from outer space, with an unimaginable power. Zi Chen's black hair fluttered in the wind. His eyes were fixed on the Dragon Beast King that was coming at him at an extremely fast speed. The long spear in his hand became even more powerful. The Dragon Beast King rushed over and went straight for Zi Chen, its four hooves roaring like thunder. The dragon spear in Zi Chen's hand flashed with a silver light, and there seemed to be a dragon shadow vaguely appearing. He held the spear and stabbed forward, and the body of the spear burst with silver light. Poof! The dragon spear pierced into the Dragon Beast King's body. Zi Chen instantly retracted his power, and his feet moved, and his body dodged to the side. The Dragon Beast King with the Dragon Soul Spear whistled past Zi Chen, and the powerful aura made Zi Chen's robe flutter. After rushing forward for 100 meters, the Dragon Beast King's body suddenly fell down, and then it slid back for dozens of meters, plowing a deep gully in the ground. Its body twitched a few times, and the Dragon Beast King stopped moving, and its huge body became dry and shriveled. Zi Chen glanced at Ku Wang indifferently, and he did not see horror in his eyes, but madness. Die! He shouted, and the last seal in his hand fell. His body instantly turned into a huge green monster, and he rushed toward Zi Chen. Zi Chen slashed with his sword, but he cut empty air, as if he had cut a shadow. After that, the green monster rushed to Zi Chen, and entered Zi Chen's body through Zi Chen's forehead. Since it was a soul-devouring, it naturally targeted the soul. The green monster entered Zi Chen's sea of consciousness. In Zi Chen's sea of consciousness, a golden figure stood. He was like a mountain, looking down at the incoming green monster. "This is your soul." Seeing Zi Chen's golden soul, the green monster was very surprised, and then he laughed. "What a pure soul, even purer than the Aboriginals. Once I devour you, I will definitely be able to advance again." As he spoke, he rushed towards Zi Chen's tall figure. Bang! However, in the next moment, a golden fist appeared in the green monster's eyes. The golden fist fell directly, and a large amount of golden light scattered, and the green monster was sent flying. "Impossible, how can you still fight back?" The green monster that was sent flying was shocked. However, this time, the response was a golden footprint. The golden footprint fell from the sky, and like a huge mountain, it pressed down on the green monster's body. "Impossible, under my soul-devouring domain, you should not have any power to fight back." Under the footprint, the green monster kept struggling. "Your soul-devouring domain is indeed a little strange. Under normal circumstances, you would have died long ago, but when my attack fell on you, it weakened by 50%, the tall golden figure said. "Impossible, this is impossible." The green monster was still shouting, and it seemed to have completely exploded. The footprint that stepped on it directly exploded. But before Ku Wang could fight back, he saw a large amount of golden blade light appear in the sky. This blade light was very similar to the move that broke the aura of the beasts just now in the outside world. Ku Wang still remembered how powerful that move was. If it was really such a move, not to mention 50%, even if it was 80% weaker, he might not be able to block it. Bang! The fused blade light fell one after another. Ku Wang could only block 3 blades, and his body directly exploded, turning into green light that filled the sky. The green light that had lost its soul became pure soul power, exuding a strong soul aura, and automatically went to Zichen's soul. The soul-devouring clan specialized in devouring souls to grow, and they could devour the souls of all things. But at the same time, after they died, they would leave behind pure soul power, which was very useful to all things. Ku Wang was dead, but he did not know what was going on. Why was this human's soul stronger than his? Why was it able to suppress him? Ku Wang's soul was very strong, equivalent to a human beastmaster. In the land of despair, beastmasters were suppressed by the rules, and their souls were inferior to those of the soul-devouring clan. Therefore, the soul-devouring clan would definitely win if the two clashed. Even if Zichen had a perfect body, he still had no advantage against the soul-devouring clan. However, the appearance of the devouring god seal allowed everyone to return to their peak. Even Dongqing at his peak could suppress Ku Wang in terms of soul attainments, let alone Zichen. With the dragon beast king dead and Ku Wang killed, the draconic beasts that had no one to command them began to flee in disarray. Manshur and the others formed a defensive circle and fought. Beside them, the corpses of the draconic beasts fell. As the draconic beasts fled in all directions, they did not chase after them. Instead, they quickly sat down cross-legged and began to refine the draconic beasts' corpses. As time passed, the effects of the refinement greatly decreased. After glancing at everyone and seeing that everyone was fine, Zichen chased after the fleeing draconic beasts with his spear. The dragon spear needed to grow and devour a large number of draconic beasts. In the blink of an eye, Zichen and the draconic beasts disappeared. Looking at the spot where Zichen had disappeared, Viper said, "Terrifying." Tombkeeper emphasized, to be able to quickly kill a soul-devouring clan member in the soul-devouring domain is no longer terrifying, but very terrifying. I really don't know how he did it. His soul. As long as his soul is stronger than the soul-devouring clans, the soul-devouring clan isn't that terrifying. Viper was alarmed. Could it be that Zichen's soul is stronger than the soul-devouring clans? Tombkeeper said, judging from the speed at which the battle ended, he should be much stronger than Ku Wang. As they spoke, soft sounds came from the surroundings. One by one, the draconic beasts' corpses lost all their energy and turned into nothingness. Everyone's strength was constantly increasing. An hour later, Zichen walked over. The spear in his hand constantly emitted silver light. Its energy was very unstable. From the looks of it, the dragon spear had devoured many draconic beasts. Everyone was very excited after refining the corpses on the ground. Although their realms didn't change in just one day, the increase in their combat strength was equivalent to their growth in the past 2 years. Do we have to go deeper? Everyone looked at Zichen with some regret. After all, there were more than 10,000 draconic beasts. It was enough for everyone to devour. There are still many draconic beasts here. Let's kill them all first, Zichen guessed everyone's thoughts and said directly. Everyone began to cheer. Without much rest, they rushed in the direction where the draconic beasts had escaped. Next, they would continue to hunt, refine, and grow. In addition to the group of draconic beasts, Zichen also found other groups of beasts here. His harvest was great. Time flew by as they hunted. Soon, a month had passed. In a month, Zichen's Dragon Soul Spear had improved by 1 level. Now, it was equivalent to a 6th-tier weapon. It was only 1 level away from Zichen's 7th-tier weapon. As for the others, their growth was very obvious, especially Fortune Teller, who had been working alone. With 1/10 of Zichen's strength, his killing speed was undoubtedly the fastest. It only took him a month to return to his peak combat strength. Just as his peak combat strength was restored, the strength in his body reached the limit and began to break through. Previously, Zichen had stayed in the Tombkeeper clan for a month, but it had been several years outside. During these years, everyone who had never stopped to rest broke through to the late stage. At this moment, after another breakthrough, they entered the 8th tier. After that, when the others returned to their peak state, they also broke through to the 8th tier. Chapter 1656. Under the sunlight, 5 black-robed men were moving swiftly. The 4 of them were guarding the 4 directions, protecting the middle-aged man. As they moved forward, strange beasts with some dragon soul bloodline would jump out from time to time. Every time a strange beast jumped out, the nearest black-robed man would turn into a black shadow and rush toward that strange beast. The black shadow would flash through the strange beast's body and quickly rush back to its original position. That strange beast had already lost its soul and collapsed with a loud bang. That's right, the 5 of them were all from the soul-devouring clan and were much stronger than Ku Wang. Pu Li, are you sure this world still has value? Along the way, a cold voice sounded. It was the black-robed man in the middle. He had not attacked during this time. The soul-devouring clan member named Pu Li bowed slightly and said, "Don't worry, my lord. I can guarantee that there is a remnant of the dragon origin here. Once my lord refines it, your realm will definitely advance by leaps and bounds." The black-robed man in the middle nodded with satisfaction. Suddenly, he frowned slightly and said, I didn't expect to find 2 aboriginals in this world." 2 aboriginals. The 4 of them were startled and hesitated. Each aboriginals was equivalent to a huge fortune. Once they encountered one, they had to capture and investigate. Just as the 4 of them were hesitating, the one in the middle waved his hand and said, "It's fine, let's find the dragon origin first." The 5 of them moved forward for more than 10 miles and then turned around. Shuntian Dao's group of 11 broke through to the 8th layer in this secret land. Although they had just entered the 8th layer, they had completely stimulated their potential and were not suppressed by the rules. Their combat strength would far surpass their peers. During this process, they followed the Tomb Keeper's guidance. "Change direction, go there." The Tomb Keeper suddenly pointed in another direction. "No, we're not going deeper." Everyone was startled. "No, there should be a dragon origin there. Let's try our luck." The Tomb Keeper said. "Dragon origin, what is that?" Everyone was puzzled. "It's a kind of energy that can improve one's cultivation." Everyone immediately became excited when they heard this. Speaking of which, there was nothing more pleasurable than improving one's cultivation here. The group changed direction and headed straight for the dragon origin. After traveling for dozens of miles, Zi Chen saw a huge volcano crater. Because he had been to the Tomb Keeper clan, Zi Chen knew that it was not a volcano crater but a real dragon tomb. Seeing the dragon tomb, the Tomb Keeper's expression became unnatural. "Let's go. The dragon source should be inside." Tomb Keeper quickly calmed down and led his men to the dragon tomb. During this time, the group traveled another 5 kilometers and arrived at the dragon tomb. There was no dragon soul or giant dragon, and this place looked like an abandoned volcano. There was nothing special about it. When they arrived at the foot of the mountain, they did not climb the mountain. Instead, they followed the Tomb Keeper and circled around the foot of the mountain. "What are you looking for?" Zi Chen asked. "Find a safe passage." The tomb guard said, "If we enter from above, we might be in trouble. There is a dragon origin here, so there should be 1 or 2 powerful existences still alive. Usually, they are in deep sleep, and ordinary people will not wake them up. If they come for the dragon origin, they will definitely wake up." The truth was just as the Tomb Keeper said. The 5 black-robed men jumped into the dragon tomb. Then, one of them used some kind of secret technique to open a huge door from the dragon tomb. As the 5 of them walked in, the door closed, and they could vaguely hear an angry dragon roar. After another hour of searching, the Tomb Keeper finally found the mechanism. His eyes lit up as he pointed at a protruding stone and said, "This is the entrance to the safe passage." However, even if ordinary people knew about it, they would not be able to activate it. As he spoke, a mysterious power surged out from the Tomb Keeper's body. This power was injected into the stone, and the stone began to glow. Crack! Beside it, sand and stones rolled, and a 2-meter-wide door opened. "Come in." The Tomb Keeper was the first to walk in, and Zi Chen and the others followed behind. As the last person entered, the stone door behind him closed, and everyone's eyes were pitch black. Suddenly, balls of flames appeared out of thin air, illuminating the entire passage. Looking at the familiar flames, the tombkeeper said excitedly. The dragon fire is still burning. It proves that the dragon fire really exists. At this moment, the tombkeeper was very excited because with the dragon source, the dragon soul spear would be able to break through by a large margin. At that time, they would be able to return. Everyone went deeper into the passage, and balls of dragon fire appeared one after another. The temperature of the dragon fire was not high, just like the flames released by an ordinary torch. However, the tombkeeper knew very well that the power produced by the dragon fire was definitely more terrifying than the dragon fire of a giant dragon. Once it exploded, everyone would die an unnatural death. After repeatedly reminding everyone not to touch the dragon fire, as they continued to dive and turn, another door appeared in front of them. Be careful, there should be a big guy behind this door. The tombkeeper waved his hand and said. Then, a mysterious power flashed around him, and he slowly pushed the door open. As the second door opened, a cold aura came out from the door. Everyone could not help but shiver, as if there was a ferocious creature behind the door. The tombkeeper was the first to walk in, followed by Viper, and then Chen and the others. This was a very large room, and it should have used spatial technology. It was tens of thousands of square meters. The other door in the space was opposite, but in front of the door, there was a huge beast. It was more than 30 meters in size, had 3 heads, and was covered in sharp barbs. At this moment, it was sleeping soundly, but its body was emitting a cold aura. That's a 3-headed beast, the guardian of this passage. Once the person who can open the passage is threatened, he can awaken the 3-headed beast and destroy everyone who comes. Hearing the tombkeeper's explanation, everyone's expression changed. Let's go, it's okay, it won't, however. Before the tombkeeper could finish his words, he stopped abruptly. The 3-headed beast that was sleeping soundly in front of them opened its eyes. The atmosphere immediately became tense, and the temperature of the entire space seemed to drop to 0 degrees. Man Shi and the others instinctively took out their weapons, their expressions serious. Don't move, it just happened to wake up, and it's not hostile to us. The tombkeeper quickly waved his hand, indicating for everyone to put away their weapons. Put away your weapons, Chen said, and everyone put away their weapons. The 3-headed beast shook its head and stood up, and a huge pressure appeared out of nowhere. Under this pressure, everyone felt as if a divine mountain was pressing down on them, and they couldn't move. Don't be rash, this is its territory, whoever wants to kill will be the first to die. In here, it's the strongest, and no one can match it, not even a level 9. Under this pressure, even Viper felt uncomfortable, but the tombkeeper, who had suffered a severe drop in cultivation level, was fine. His body emitted a mysterious light, as if this light was blocking the pressure from the 3-headed beast. The 3 heads had a total of 6 eyes, and they swept across everyone, and finally stopped on Chen. Chen held his breath, and didn't dare to move. Now that he was being stared at by the 3-headed beast, it seemed like he couldn't move. He's right, if any of you have the intention to kill, you will die, and with just a thought, you will die. The 3-headed beast opened its mouth, and its voice was loud and clear, causing tremors. Everyone's expression became unnatural, but they didn't say a word. Seeming to have lost interest in them, the 3-headed beast looked at the dragon's tomb again and said, "You brought them here, if I'm not wrong, they should all be invaders. I'm the tombkeeper of the new generation, and these are my friends," the tombkeeper said immediately. Dragon's tombkeeper, unfortunately, you're too weak. The 3-headed beast looked at the tombkeeper and shook its head. Dragon's tombkeeper doesn't need to be too strong, the tombkeeper said. The 3-headed beast snorted and said, "Tell me why you're here." "This world has been destroyed, and we're here to take the dragon origin," the tombkeeper said truthfully. "Dragon origin? You dare to bring invaders to steal the dragon origin?" An even more violent aura filled the space, and this time, Chen and the others found it difficult to breathe. The tombkeeper also took a few steps back, and the mysterious light around him slowly dimmed. According to the group's rules, if there are 2 dragons' tombs that are about to be destroyed, we can sacrifice one to save the other, the tombkeeper gritted his teeth and said under the pressure. "Why not sacrifice your dragon's tomb?" the 3-headed beast asked in a deep voice. "This world is almost dead, and there's not much dragon origin left. Our dragon's tomb only had some changes, and all the dragon souls are still intact. More importantly, our small world hasn't been discovered by the soul-devouring clan." As he spoke, a ball of light flew out from the tombkeeper's hand and was reflected in the three-headed beast's mind. There was a long silence, but everyone felt more and more depressed. This feeling of not being in control of their own life and death was really uncomfortable. "So that's how it is." The three-headed beast sighed and said, "In that case, you can take the dragon origin, but something has happened here, and under normal circumstances, it's very difficult for you to enter, so I'll lend you a hand." The tombkeeper was overjoyed when he heard this, and he cupped his fists and said, "Thank you." The three-headed beast withdrew its powerful aura, and a brilliant light shot out from its body, enveloping the 14 people. Then, the 14 of them seemed to have stepped into a teleportation array, and their figures disappeared into the space. "I'll use my remaining vitality to fill the dragon origin, and I hope that the dragon origin can help you. The soul-devouring clan is our biggest enemy, but their souls are also very useful to us. If we inject their souls into a weapon, we can condense a soul-devouring weapon, and this weapon will completely inherit the soul-devouring superpower of the soul-devouring clan." The three-headed beast's voice was transmitted into the sea of consciousness of Zi Chen and the others. In that space, the three-headed beast, whose body had shrunk significantly, turned into thousands of light spots in the next moment, and there seemed to be little dragons flashing in the light spots. These little dragons were not the Western dragons, but the real Eastern divine dragons. The many divine dragon shadows circled the sky once, then rushed out of the space and returned to the dragon origin. Chapter 1657. The dragon source looked like a ball of flame, but it was very gentle. It was the size of a human head and floated quietly in the void. In the flame, a dragon shadow could be vaguely seen circling in it. This is the dragon source and also the flame of life. The dragon source is the reason why the dragon soul is immortal. Unfortunately, this world is dead and the flame of life has lost its foundation. The dragon soul has no chance of revival. Looking at the dragon source, Mu Shou could not help but sigh. The people who were once burning with passion now knew that the dragon source was very useful. At this moment, they also calmed down. Tiny dragon shadows appeared from all directions and entered the dragon origin. The size of the dragon origin immediately increased by 1-fold. Looking at the skyrocketing dragon source, Mu Shou's expression was a little complicated. This is the dragon source formed by the death of the 3 giant beasts. Zi Chen, go and refine it. This dragon source is enough for you and the dragon spear to break through. Zi Chen nodded and prepared to walk into the void. Suddenly, the entire space began to tremble. A terrifying energy tore through the space barrier. Then, 5 black shadows flew out from the space barrier. The clothes of these 5 people were tattered, and they looked very miserable. Their exposed skin was emitting a green light, and their appearance was very different from that of a human. Soul Eater Clan. Everyone's eyes narrowed and flashed with murderous intent. The 5 Soul Eater Clan members also saw Zi Chen and the others. They were slightly stunned. 4 of them immediately rushed forward and protected the last person in the middle. However, the other person did not care and pushed the 2 of them aside and walked forward. His gaze first swept past the dragon source with a touch of passion in his eyes. Then, it swept past Zi Chen and the others. His face was expressionless. However, when his gaze landed on Viper and Mu Shou, he was stunned and seemed to be in disbelief. "Sir, let's go and snatch the dragon source first," said a Soul Eater Clan member beside him. "Of course we must get the dragon source. However, I don't think the more valuable thing here is the dragon source." The leader of the Soul Eater Clan shook his head and chuckled. Among the 4, 3 of them were puzzled. However, one of them said, "Could it be, that's right. Both of them are from the Tomb Guardian clan. Moreover, they are brand new Tomb Guardian clan. That means if we capture him, we will discover a brand new world." "That's right. Pewley, you've made a great contribution this time." "Thank you, my lord." Pu Li was so excited that his body was trembling. The other 3 looked envious. At this moment, the 5 soul-devouring clansmen were chatting wantonly. They did not place Zi Chen's group of 14 in their eyes at all. Indeed, although 12 of the 14 people were in the 8th level of the soul-devouring clan, they were all in the 8th level of the soul-devouring clan. How could mere humans compare to the soul-devouring clan in the 8th level? Looks like there's going to be a fierce battle. Man Sha held a huge machete in his hand. He licked his lips and smiled ferociously. Zi Chen shook his head and said, "It won't be a fierce battle. At most, it'll be troublesome. Shoumu, you and Viper retreat and protect the dragon origin. Shong Guan Hong, retreat. Manshaw, Wu Xie, you guys retreat as well." Zi Chen called out the names one by one. In the end, there were only 4 people left. Shun Tian Dao, Fortune Teller, Dong Qing, Dark Mantle, and even the titled Shadow Mist were ordered to retreat. When they first met the soul-devouring clan, Shoumu had already told them some of their techniques. It was very simple. One was space, and the other was soul. Space was good at finding and escaping. Soul was purely devouring. The 4 people Zi Chen chose had strong souls. Among them, Dark Mantle and Dong Qing had strong soul attack techniques. Among the 4, Dong Qing was the best when it came to soul attack. This was because she was a beast tamer and possessed a mutated soul. "You dare to fight us 5 against 5? Interesting." The soul-devouring clan leader smiled coldly. Zi Chen also smiled faintly and said, "It's not 5 against 5. It's 5 against 5. Be careful. Don't devour their souls. I'm going to condense their souls into weapons. It'll be very useful. I'm not interested in such a small amount of souls." Shun Tian Dao smiled coldly. Shameless boasting. Go to hell. As soon as he finished speaking, the 5 of them turned into black light and rushed towards the 5 people in front. Zi Chen and the other 4 did not put up any defense because this battle was taking place in their sea of consciousness. In the blink of an eye, the 5 soul-devouring clan members disappeared. Zi Chen and the other 4's eyes lost their light and became lifeless. Viper looked worried and said, "Can they do it?" Shoumu said, "They are not ordinary people. Plus, Zi Chen is so confident. They should be fine." 2 figures stood in Zi Chen's sea of consciousness. One of them emitted golden light and was incomparably holy. The other one was as black as ink and looked like a demon. Interesting. You can still be so calm under my soul domain. You're not ordinary. I've underestimated you. The leader of the soul-devouring clan said indifferently. You're not bad yourself. The suppression of your soul domain is much stronger than the one called Ku Wang. Zi Chen replied coldly. Shoumu's heart skipped a beat. He asked, "You know Ku Wang?" Zi Chen shook his head and said, "I killed him." A strange light flashed in Shoumu's eyes. He said, "You can kill Ku Wang. It seems that I've underestimated you." Zi Chen smiled faintly and said, "It seems that your soul domain has been fully activated. You've suppressed another 10% of my attack. Are you ready to make your move?" Curtis' expression changed drastically. Since the other party had already seen through his stalling, he was still so calm. This gave him a bad feeling. "Enter my sea of consciousness. If I don't go easy on you, I'll be a bully." As Zi Chen's voice fell, a huge fist of light appeared behind him. The fist of light was like a meteor Xing Chen, heading straight for Shoumu. Ooh! Sensing the power of this attack, Shoumu's expression changed. This attack contained spatial suppression. Although it had no effect on his attack, it suppressed his speed. All the power gathered together, leaving him no room to retreat. He could only try his best to resist. Damn it, soul-devouring clan. This was something he had never encountered before. Shoumu cursed in his heart. He could only try his best to resist. A huge beast shadow appeared in front of him, and then rushed toward the fist of light. On the way, the beast shadow opened its mouth, trying to swallow the attack. Boom! The fist of light was not swallowed. Instead, it exploded in the beast's mouth. The terrifying power dissipated, and Shoumu was directly knocked back. Swoosh! As soon as he stabilized his body, the whole space lit up again. Rays of golden sword light appeared. Each of these rays of golden sword light contained a strong aura. As they fell, They fused together and turned into 7 rays of terrifying sword light. Sensing the powerful power contained in the sword light, Shomu's expression changed greatly. A rare look of horror appeared in his eyes. The 7 rays of sword light fell one after another and then exploded. The terrifying soul energy kept surging. Shomu's figure retreated again and again, until he was almost 1,000 meters away. When the destructive power contained in the 7 rays of sword light dissipated, his soul energy had become very weak. In his eyes, there was fear, shock, and the intention to escape. Ever since he came to the battlefield of despair, he had fought many battles with the humans of the Zhanwu continent. He was not afraid even if he encountered a 9th layer. But this 7th layer human in front of him had such a powerful soul. And with just 2 strikes, he had seriously injured him. As if sensing Code's thoughts, Zichen chuckled and said, "I am the master of my world, you can't run away. But you are much stronger than that Ku Wang. He only took 1 blow from me and died, but you actually took 2. However, there is still 1 more blow. If you can block it, I will spare your life." Since the other party dared to say so, of course he had great confidence. Shomu did not think he could block it. Facing the crisis of life, he shouted, "I have awakened the purest bloodline of the Soul Devourer clan. If you kill me, you will be cursed. As long as the curse is on you, the experts of the Soul Devourer clan can find you. Only blood can wash away your curse." In the face of Shomu's threat, Zichen was indifferent. He just pointed to the sky and said, "Look over there." Shomu subconsciously looked up and saw a finger appear in the sky. The finger emitted a dazzling golden light. It fell from the sky and pointed at him. As the finger fell, the space energy around Shomu pressed down again. The space energy that was usually easy to control didn't listen to his command at this moment. He couldn't mobilize it at all. Peng! The finger fell and pointed at Shomu's body. A dazzling golden light surged. Shomu's body was surrounded by black light. A semicircle appeared above his head as he tried to resist. "It's useless." Zichen shook his head. The finger's power erupted. The black light instantly exploded, and then the terrifying golden power entered Shomu's body. Shomu's body exploded. The sky was filled with black light. This black light was soul energy. It was even purer than Ku Wang's green soul energy. But Zichen did not absorb it this time. Instead, he put it all away. At the end of the battle, Zichen attacked 3 times. In fact, fighting in his Knowledge Sea world was indeed bullying. The perfect soul energy was fully activated. It was not suppressed by too many external things. Even if the Soul Eater clan's domain technique was a bit strange, it could not suppress Zichen's perfect spiritual sense. Shomu's initiative to trouble Zichen was simply courting death. It should be known that the current Zichen was equivalent to the heyday of the Zhanwu continent. As for the other humans, although their realms were high, they were suppressed by some rules. At the end of the battle, Zichen's eyes regained clarity. A black light appeared in his hand. At the same time, Dongqing also ended the battle. A green light condensed in her hand. 2 of them had been killed. The other 3 were easy to deal with. With the help of Zichen and Dongqing, the 5 Soul Eater clan members were all killed. Zichen held the 5 soul fragments. He looked at Shomu and asked, "How many weapons can you condense from this?" Shomu smiled bitterly and said, "I don't have a deep understanding of soul energy. I'm afraid I can only condense 1. Then leave it to me. I can condense 5. Ignoring Shomu's surprised expression, Zichen directly threw the 5 soul fragments into the cauldron. Chapter 1658. Seeing that Zichen had lost all his energy in an instant, everyone started to worry. Dongqing, who was close to Zichen, immediately reached out to support Zichen's arm. She stared at Zichen anxiously. After stabilizing his body, Zichen waved his hand and said, "I'm fine. I just used up a lot of energy." Although he said he was fine, Zichen was actually slandering them in his heart. He placed the soul of the soul-devouring race into the cauldron for the sake of the natives here and to protect the Tomb Guardian race. It was fine if the laws here weren't grateful. Instead, they almost drained all his energy. As the energy in his body recovered, Chen suddenly had an uncomfortable feeling as though someone was staring at him. Chen scanned his body with his spiritual will and didn't find anything wrong with his body. This uncomfortable feeling only lasted for a moment and Chen didn't pay much attention to it. The dragon origin will dissipate with time. You should refine it as soon as possible. After the danger was resolved, Tomb Guardian stepped forward and said. Chen nodded and raised his head to look at the glowing dragon origin. With a tap of his foot, he flew into the air and flew towards the dragon origin. Arriving at the dragon origin, Chen sat down cross-legged with the dragon soul spear beside him. Two suction forces appeared out of thin air. The dragon origin split into two parts. One part entered Chen's body through his palm while the other entered the dragon spear through the tip of the spear. The others spread out and formed a circle to protect Chen. Time flowed by. The Wang clan's influence in the battlefield of despair was definitely not small. After Chen didn't appear in Imperial Sky City for a long time, they also found out about the whereabouts of Chen's group. However, that place wasn't a place that could be entered casually. It required a huge amount of contribution points. Therefore, they needed to find someone with more influence. After that, they found a big shot. After about a month, the first batch of people entered the place where Chen was. The leader was a member of the Wang clan. His name was Wang Muken and he was at the peak of Stage 8. They were already very clear about the combat strength of Chen's group before they arrived. Now that they had only sent a team of 10, it was obviously not enough. After Wang Musen arrived, he took out a green jade tablet and immediately crushed it. An indescribable power spread out. After only 10 breaths, a spatial passage appeared in front of them, and a group of green people covered in black robes walked out from it. These were all from the soul-devouring clan, existences that were rarely seen. Today, a total of 8 of them had appeared. Wang Musen. The leader of the black-robed men stared at the 10th stage humans in front of him. "It's me." Wang Musen walked out and asked, "Dare I ask how I should address you?" "Tesben." The black-robed man said indifferently, "You called us here specifically for a trade. Help us kill 12 people." "Oh, no, it's 11. Wang Musen said. Tesben sneered, "What do you take us for? Killers, slaves, tell us the price you need to pay, or you won't be able to return." Wang Musen, who had long expected this, said, 2 aboriginals. "What? 2 aboriginals? Do you want to die?" Just 2 aboriginals dared to call so many of us here. Tesben's eyes flashed with killing intent. Facing the threat, Wang Musen's expression didn't change. He said confidently, 2 aboriginals from a new world. "What do you mean?" The 8 soul-devouring clan members' expressions changed. Those 2 aboriginals belong to a new world that hasn't been developed yet. "Are you sure?" "Of course." A new world was too tempting for the soul-devouring clan. Tesben didn't hesitate and said directly, "Okay, tell us the location." Wang Musen shook his head and said, "We're not too sure about that, but you can sense the presence of the aboriginals. They're with those 2 aboriginals." "Where?" Tesben asked again. "In this world." Wang Musen pointed at the ground below his feet. "Impossible. If there were aboriginals here, we would definitely be able to sense them." Tesben's face was full of disbelief. "I can guarantee it with my life." The refining process was relatively long. Everyone had already waited for a month, and now they were all very bored. This was the deepest part of the dragon tomb. There shouldn't be any danger at all. Everyone let down their guard and even sat together to chat. "Shomu, what's your world like?" Mansha sat beside Shomu and asked curiously. "How do I put it? It's a dangerous world." Shomu laughed bitterly. "How dangerous?" "More dangerous than the battlefield of despair." Mansha asked again. 1,000 times more dangerous than the battlefield of despair. Everyone was chatting. In the air, Chen and the Dragon Soul Spear were still refining the Dragon Origin's power. As the Dragon Origin's power was refined, Chen and the Dragon Soul Spear's aura became stronger and stronger. Roar. Suddenly, a loud and clear dragon's roar resounded in this space, and a vast dragon's might spread out. Everyone subconsciously looked up and saw a dragon's shadow in the sky. It was a divine dragon with silver lightning surging all over its body. Dragon transformation. Because Man Shi and the others had seen it before, they weren't surprised. They were just happy for Zi Chen. However, this was the first time Viper and Shomu saw this scene. Their eyes almost popped out. The dragon soul spear was nowhere to be seen. Only a divine dragon danced in the air, emitting waves of pure dragon might. It was like a real dragon god. Both Shomu and Viper were stunned. As members of the Tomb Guardian clan, they knew better than anyone the value of the dragon soul in the sky. The dragon soul spear finally broke through to level 7 and obtained the recognition of this world. It transformed into a dragon's body. Zi Chen also broke through at this time. Rays of golden light shot out from his body, illuminating the entire space. A divine dragon and a golden figure occupied the entire space. Everyone's face was filled with joy. There was still half of the dragon origin left. Zi Chen's breakthrough didn't consume much of it. The remaining dragon origin was swallowed by Lei Long's already powerful aura skyrocketed in the next moment. He broke through to level 8, the same level as Zi Chen. This was another surprise after the double surprise. Viper and Shomu were so excited that they almost screamed. In just 2 months, they had achieved their original goal. This was simply unbelievable. Now, everyone could return. The man and dragon broke through. Their injuries were so severe that the entire space was shaking. The entire dragon tomb was shaking. The dragon tomb's shaking caused the entire world to tremble. It attracted the attention of many powerhouses. The commotion caused by the breakthrough finally ended. Zi Chen descended from the sky. Beside him, Lei Long poked his head out. Obviously, he preferred the dragon's body to the spear. Everyone looked at Zi Chen excitedly. After breaking through, Zi Chen's combat strength was naturally much stronger. He was now the most powerful powerhouse in the group. You've broken through. Why don't we go back now? Shomu couldn't wait. Zi Chen smiled and said, "There's no rush. It's not easy to come here. We should at least get a dozen Soul Devourer weapons first." Shomu's eyes lit up and said, "You mean, there must be other Soul Devourers in this world? Why don't we kill a few more? Moreover, the souls I refined are still very weak. They need to grow." When Musho heard this, he looked at Zi Chen in disbelief and said, "You're saying that you've reassembled your soul?" Zi Chen nodded. No one understood. Even Viper didn't quite understand. However, Shomu knew what it meant. This was equivalent to reassembling the scattered souls into a person. This person's intelligence was still very weak at the beginning, but it could grow. In other words, if it was completely condensed, it would be a soul that could grow. "Dongqing, do you have a suitable weapon?" Zi Chen asked. Dongqing was the first to be asked. She was a little flattered. She looked around carefully and then took out a simple spear. A spear. Zi Chen was stunned. It was his first time seeing this weapon. "I got it in the prefectural realm. I rarely use it," Dongqing said embarrassedly. "Give it to me. I'll add the Soul Devourer special effect on you." Zi Chen took the spear and put it into the cauldron. "Shong Guanhong, what about you?" Shong Guanhong had a long sword. She also got it in the prefectural realm. It glowed with a green light and was very compatible with her. Zi Chen took the long sword and put it in the cauldron. Ladies always went first. So, Jin Qingcheng was the third. Next was the dark mantle. The last was Shendao. 5 souls. All of them were complete. "I'll add the Soul Devourer special effect to you after I kill a few more. But souls need to be nurtured slowly. So, I'll try to add the Soul Devourer special effect to a very powerful weapon." The Soul Devourer special effect was complete. It could be used in both the battlefield of despair and the Zhanwu continent. It could also devour dragon souls. Before the weapon was fully condensed, Zi Chen and the others left the dragon's tomb. As soon as they left the dragon's tomb, the 8 members of the Soul Devourer clan sensed the presence of 3 people at the same time. Finally found them. Tesbin's eyes flashed. A spatial passage appeared in front of him. He took the lead and walked in. "We found the people you were talking about. Quickly follow us," shouted a member of the Soul Devourer clan. Then, Wang Muzhen and the others immediately followed. In the next moment, the passage extended in front of Zi Chen and the others. Looking at the spatial passage that suddenly appeared, everyone looked at it with vigilance. Tesben was the first to walk out, followed by 7 members of the Soul Devourer clan and 10 human experts. When they saw the members of the Soul Devourer clan, there was no fear on their faces. Instead, their eyes lit up as if they had seen their prey. Curse. I didn't expect to see a curse here. As soon as Tesben came out, he looked at Zi Chen with a surprised expression. Zi Chen's heart skipped a beat. Obviously, he remembered Code's words. It was obvious that he was telling the truth. "These are the 11 people you were talking about?" asked Tesben. Chapter 1659. Looking at the 10 humans and 8 from the Soul Devouring clan, Mu Shou's face was filled with disbelief. He had experienced many things in the battlefield of despair for more than 1,000 years. He had seen many great battles, but today, it was his first time seeing humans and the Soul Devouring clan working together. Shouldn't they be mortal enemies? Shouldn't they fight to the death after meeting? Compared to Mu Shou's shock and Viper's confusion, the others' reactions were much more normal. Humans were actually very complicated. In many situations, they only recognized benefits and didn't care about gains and losses. Thus, there was a saying in the Zhonwu continent, "There are no eternal friends, no eternal enemies, only eternal benefits." Zi Chen glanced around and understood why the two sides were getting along peacefully. However, there were still some details that Zi Chen wasn't clear about. His gaze swept across the crowd and landed on the 3 women. Tesben's eyes flashed and he said, "According to your human standards, they are all beauties. Your strength isn't much, but your taste is not bad." Wang Muzhen's expression changed slightly. He was somewhat displeased. He was at the peak of the 8th layer and even had a chance of overtaking Shu, whose position on the ranking of generals. How could his battle strength be weak? Wang Muzhen wasn't afraid of humans or other races of the same level. If it were anyone else who said this, Wang Muzhen would immediately fly into a rage. He might even slap the other party to death. However, if it were the Soul Devouring clan, who were born with the power of space and soul devouring, he wouldn't be able to defeat them. His gaze landed on the 3 women again. The 3 women each had their own merits. His gaze lingered on Jin Qingcheng for a moment. Wang Muzhen said, "I was just entrusted by someone." "Temph, entrusted by someone, so you have 2 to yourself." Tesben laughed mockingly. Wang Muzhen said unnaturally, "We're going to die anyway. Isn't it good to let everyone relieve some pressure before we die?" The 2 of them were talking as if there was no one else around. Clearly, it wasn't good. However, the crowd didn't show the anger they should have. Even Mu Shou didn't understand this. Hearing these disrespectful words, everyone's expression was very calm. Only the 3 women's expressions were not very natural. People like Man Shuo, who had a fiery temper, did not have much of a reaction at this moment. Even Wu Xie, who was interested in Shangguan Hong, did not stand up and say anything. Zi Chen's reaction was the strangest. It was as if the other party wasn't talking about his woman but a stranger. Even if she wasn't his woman, she should be a friend that he had gone through life and death with. Why didn't he react? Zi Chen didn't act rashly. He just calmly looked at Tesben and slowly said, "You just said that I have a curse on me." Steben stared at Zi Chen indifferently and said, "Human, your luck is not bad. You actually managed to kill a member of the Soul Eater clan with a pure bloodline. The curse is a blessing from nature. Only our Soul Eater clan can sense it." Zi Chen asked again, "You can all sense it?" Steben said indifferently, "Being in the same area, all the members of the Soul Eater clan can sense it. It's meaningless for you to know now because you will all die here soon. Oh, one of you will leave this place alive." Steben glanced at Jin Qingcheng. Zi Chen actually nodded seriously and said, "Thank you for your reminder. In order to repay you, I won't be merciful." "Oh, thank you again for sending us 8 complete souls." The group looked at Zi Chen in bewilderment. It was as if they were looking at an idiot. The conversation ended. Having learned what he wanted to know, Zi Chen didn't waste any more words and directly attacked. As soon as Zi Chen moved, The others behind him moved as well. The battle began. All kinds of energy surged and all kinds of lights flashed. Then, the battle ended without any suspense. The 8 members of the Soul Eater clan died. Not a single one of them was able to escape. Not a single one of the 10 human Tier 8 cultivators led by Wang Muken managed to escape alive, even though they all had life-saving jade tablets. After the battle ended, Tombkeeper finally understood why Zi Chen hadn't reacted at all. It turned out that in his eyes, these people were already dead. There was no need to show too much when dealing with the dead. The 8 members of the Soul Eater clan successfully condensed 8 souls and injected them into their weapons. Including Viper Tombkeeper, there were a total of 13 of them. Almost every one of them had a Soul Eater weapon that could grow. What followed was the battle. The continuous battle. In Shenke's store, Yiming walked in as usual. Looking at Old Man Shenke, who was still calculating, Yiming shouted, "Hey, Shenke, Zi Chen and the others aren't back yet." "No," Shenke said without turning his head. "Looks like they're really staying there," Yiming said with slight melancholy. "You've already broken through to Tier 8. Why don't you go and train? What are you doing here every day?" Shenke glanced at Yiming and asked. Yiming sighed and said, "It's really boring to go alone. Let's wait until everyone comes back." "Oh right, if Zi Chen comes back, let me know immediately." Yiming tossed a small sound transmission ball to Shenke and said, "Just send me a sound transmission. I'll be in the city." "Oh right, give me a few bottles of good wine. I can use this time to relax." Shenke walked under the counter, took out a few bottles of wine, and put them on the counter. Yiming took them and said with a smile, "As usual, put it on Zi Chen's tab. We'll settle it together when we come back." Shenke nodded and continued calculating. At the same time, he put it on Zi Chen's tab. As for Yiming's recent abnormality, Shenke did not know whether he did not notice it or did not care. Poof! The quaint light swept across, and a dragon's body was penetrated. The next moment, the Soul Eater was activated, and the dragon's soul was devoured. The dragon's huge body collapsed. Dongqing stepped forward and displayed the devouring effect of the god's seal. Soon, the dragon's body shriveled up. On the other side, Shangguan Hong swept the green sword in his hand, and another huge dragon fell. Shangguan Hong stepped forward and activated the devouring god's seal. The same scene repeated itself in the surroundings. Everyone displayed extremely powerful attacks. Among the group, the one who improved the fastest was Fortune Teller. Speaking of which, his weapon was completely handed over to his summoned creature, Zi Chen. As the summoned creature killed the dragon and devoured its soul, he followed and refined the power within. As a result, his speed was much faster than the others. After staying for another 2 months and killing 2 members of the Soul Eater clan, Zi Chen decided to go back. The Soul Eater effect that everyone added still needed to be improved. However, Tombkeeper did not want to wait any longer and was ready to go back. Everyone took out their tokens and crushed them together. As the brilliance flashed, everyone disappeared. Viper and Tombkeeper, who did not have any tokens, also opened a passage and left. However, as soon as they disappeared, more than 10 passages appeared around them. Then, more than 10 members of the Soul Eater clan walked out. Clearly, they had sensed the aura of the space passage and chased after them. Everyone returned to Shenke's store. Tombkeeper and Viper also returned after tracking the coordinates. When the group walked into the store one after another, Old Man Shenke looked very surprised. Old Man Shenke put away the abacus and said to everyone, "Well, you've all broken through. Looks like you've all had a good harvest." "Old man, thank you so much this time," said Zi Chen. The others were also very grateful to Old Man Shenke. The old man said, "You don't have to be so polite. Since you're back, you can settle the bill for me." Zi Chen had a look of astonishment on his face. "Bill? What bill? Didn't we settle it last time?" The old man said with some dissatisfaction, "Yiming has been owing us for the past few months. I've told him several times to go out and train, but he refused and insisted on waiting for you guys to come back. By the way, I've already informed him. I think he'll be here soon." Yiming. When everyone heard this name, their expressions became unnatural. As for Zi Chen, his face turned gloomy. When the Wang family came and asked to keep Jin Qingcheng, Zi Chen was already suspicious. Now that he heard that Yi Ming was here, Zi Chen was almost 100% sure that Yi Ming had colluded with the Wang family. Man Shi said fiercely, "If I see this piece of trash, I'll definitely kill him." "You probably won't have that chance." An indifferent voice suddenly rang out. The voice belonged to Yi Ming. He suddenly appeared in the store, but no one noticed. When everyone turned around, Yi Ming was already beside Mu Shou. He grabbed Mu Shou's hair with one hand and held a short dagger with the other. The tip of the dagger was pressed against Mu Shou's neck. "What are you doing?" Viper saw this and shouted coldly. A powerful aura surged around him. "Damn it, let go of Mu Shou." "Yi Ming, do you want to die?" When the others saw Yi Ming's action, they shouted coldly as well. "Let go. Do you think that's possible?" Yi Ming smiled ferociously and stabbed the short dagger in his hand forward slightly. Mu Shou's skin was cut, and a trace of blood appeared. Everyone was furious, but Yi Ming was holding Mu Shou back, so they dared not move forward rashly. Old Man Shenke was stunned at first, then he watched the show with interest. Speaking of which, he had a deep impression of Yi Ming because this guy had been showing killing intent toward Zi Chen all the time. Zi Chen could clearly sense it, but he still kept Yi Ming alive. This puzzled him. Sometimes, he would even think that it was because of some kind of love triangle. Now, Yi Ming had finally exploded. He no longer held back or wronged himself. However, Shenke did not understand why Yi Ming chose to explode at this moment. The crowd was furious, but Yi Ming was only smiling. His smile was ferocious and crazy. He had lost his mind. Zi Chen waved his hand, indicating for everyone to be quiet. "I knew you wouldn't let him die. Zi Chen, I know you very well. You're too soft-hearted. You won't be able to accomplish anything great in this lifetime." Yi Ming smiled at Zi Chen. His smile was even more ferocious. At this moment, he only had eyes for Zi Chen. He did not even pay attention to Jin Qingcheng anymore. Zi Chen's expression was still calm. After hearing Yi Ming's words, he even smiled faintly and said, "All right, tell me what you want from me today. If I want your life, will you give it to me?" Yi Ming said coldly. Zi Chen asked in return, "What do you think?" Chapter 1660. Yi Ming gritted his teeth. He was on the brink of insanity. He stabbed the short dagger in his hand again, and blood flowed out from Timekeeper's wound. Viper's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. He wanted to tear Yi Ming apart at that very moment. Timekeeper's expression was as calm as Zi Chen's at that moment. It was as if he was not the one being controlled, but someone else. Unconcealable killing intent surged around Man Shi and the rest. Their eyes were fixed on Yi Ming. Old Man Shenke, on the other hand, was a very good spectator. He did not say a word and just watched silently. Looking at the crazy Yi Ming, Zi Chen said calmly, "You killed him, so you have to die too." Yi Ming smiled coldly and said, "What do you think is the difference between my current state and my death? Outside, all of you were inferior to me. But now, all of you have surpassed me. Even if I let Tombkeeper go today, you'll still kill me when you see me in the future. So what if I die? It's not bad to drag one of you down with me before I die." Zi Chen said indifferently, "You've said so much just to tell me that you're not afraid of death." Yi Ming said sternly, "That's right." Zi Chen said again, "I admire your courage in not being afraid of death. But I've only prepared 11 of those god seals. I'm sorry." As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful aura suddenly surged around Zi Chen. Beams of golden light began to shine. The dazzling golden light illuminated the small grocery store. "If you dare to attack, then die together." Yi Ming had completely gone crazy. The dazzling golden light made him close his eyes subconsciously. However, the short dagger in his hand stabbed forward violently. Tombkeeper groaned as blood spurted out from his neck. The dazzling golden light disappeared instantly. Zi Chen waved his hand helplessly and said, "All right, you win. I do have one more god seal with me. Give it to me. Give it to me. No, throw it to me directly." There was a gleam in Yi Ming's crazy eyes. "Don't play tricks. Otherwise, You'll die guarding the tomb. Chen really took out a devouring divine seal, but his expression became extremely solemn. He looked at Yi Ming and said in a deep voice, Yi Ming, since we met again in Shuntian Prefecture, you have always had killing intent towards me, but I didn't do anything to you. Now, I want to tell you that my patience is limited. I can give you the devouring divine seal, but you have to live to guard the tomb. Otherwise, even if I have to chase you to the ends of the earth, I will kill you. As for the Golden Leaf City, the Yi clan, even if your father is the city lord, I will still destroy them. Yi Ming's heart skipped a beat, but he was not frightened. His emotions, which had just calmed down, went crazy again. Chen, tell me clearly. Are you tolerating me, or am I tolerating you? Although there was a gap between us in the mana realm, when did I fail to complete the missions you gave me? Or did you say that I was lazy and didn't do my best? At the last moment of danger, we knew that we would die if we stayed. Why do you want us to stay? I left, but I made the best and wisest choice. I didn't do anything wrong. Why don't you trust me? In the battlefield of despair, we risked our lives to kill the foreign races, but what did we get in the end? We got nothing. You have the devouring mark on you, and they all got a share. Why don't I get a share? You lied to me that I risked my life to kill the enemy, but you didn't believe me at all. You've been using me. Yi Ming said sternly, Chen, tell me now. Are you tolerating me, or am I tolerating you? Facing the agitated Yi Ming, Chen said calmly, what happened in the mana realm is over. What you choose is your own business. As for the battlefield of despair, you said that you didn't get anything. Let me tell you now. You were provided with resources. Don't underestimate those resources. Even those in the late stage of the 7th level might not be able to get them. The price of the resources didn't change, but the price of the resources sold was only half. To us, it was a sacrifice, but to you, it was a gain. Not only did you get the resources, but you also got all the money you owed after the war. Also, the secret place we went to was the reward for the final battle. Many people didn't get it, but you did. Unfortunately, you chose to give it up again. From the beginning to the end, you weren't fighting for me. You were fighting for the Imperial Sky region, for the entire human race. Perhaps it's hypocritical, but it's the truth. As for what I got, from the beginning to the end, I've been giving. I've never gotten anything in return. If I have to say what I got, it's that I got a lot of money that I'll never be able to collect. As for the devouring God seal, I exchanged my life for it. It's my personal possession. I can give it to whoever I want. In fact, I did consider giving it to you, but you're not worthy of me trusting my back to you on the battlefield. Or rather, you're not worthy of it for the time being. Reality has proven me right. At the moment of danger, you gave up on us again without hesitation. Chen looked into Yi Ming's eyes and said indifferently, I'll say it again. You're not worthy of my trust, and you're not worthy of my life in your hands. You can take the God seal today, and I can guarantee your safety. However, nothing can happen to guarding the tomb. If you take it and still want to kill him, then when I get out of here, the Yi clan in Shuntian Prefecture and Golden Leaf City will no longer exist. Chen tossed the last God seal to Yi Ming. He had no intention of taking Yi Ming down and directly threw it in front of Yi Ming. Yi Ming had already lost his rationality. Under such circumstances, he could do anything. If he killed the tombkeeper just to kill Yi Ming, then it was not worth it at all. After receiving the God seal, Yi Ming dragged the tombkeeper and retreated out of the door. Chen and the rest followed behind slowly. Outside, many cultivators' expressions changed when they saw this scene. Chen was ranked first on the 7th grade weapon ranking. His reputation had long spread throughout the Imperial Sky City, and almost everyone knew him. At this moment, when they saw Chen and Yi Ming who was in front of Chen, everyone was very curious. Yi Ming kept retreating and was highly focused, afraid that someone would suddenly jump out from the surroundings. However, such worries were completely unnecessary. In Chen's heart, the life of guarding the tomb was more precious. The group retreated out of the city just like that. Yi Ming said coldly, next, if anyone dares to follow me out of the city, I will poke a hole in his body. Don't worry, I will do what I say. Zi Chen waved his hand, indicating that no one should go out. Yi Ming led the tomb keeper and walked into the distance. Along the way, the tomb keeper sighed and said, "Actually, you don't have to do this at all. Although Zi Chen doesn't believe you, there is no problem in giving you a god seal. Unfortunately, you are too impatient." Yi Ming shouted, "Shut up, I know very well what kind of person Zi Chen is. He has never trusted me." The tomb keeper shook his head, but just as he moved, he felt a sharp pain in his neck. He could only smile bitterly and say, "You know Zi Chen very well, you know very well that he doesn't believe you. However, you forgot that whether he believes you or not is one thing, whether he gives you a god seal is another. In fact, he has already wavered. I saw him preparing to give you a god seal at least twice. Unfortunately, you didn't pass the final test." "Test? Was that a test?" Yi Ming said loudly, "That was a damn life and death crisis. Who can deal with that dragon army? But we are still alive. If you didn't leave, or even if you didn't do anything back then, he might still not believe you, but I would definitely give you a god seal. You have been giving your all, but you can't get their recognition. You feel wronged, but have you ever thought about whether you have ever acknowledged them? Have you ever treated them as family? Are you willing to die for them?" Back then, when facing the dragon army, Zi Chen didn't ask for anyone's opinion. He didn't let anyone make a choice. It wasn't because he was worried about testing their humanity, but because of pure trust. "We are like a whole. He won't give up on me, just like how he won't give up on them." "Shut up," Yi Ming shouted. "I don't need you to teach me how to do things. With your ability, I can crush you with a finger. Yi Ming, you are too selfish. You only think about your own efforts and rewards, but you don't think about others. In this matter, I find you to be very pitiful. Even if you get the god seal by hook or by crook, so what? You have lost a strong heart and will never be strong." The two were still moving forward. Yi Ming said disdainfully, "Stop lamenting here. You should think about your own life and death." "You promised Zi Chen not to kill me," Mu Shou said indifferently. "Did I promise? You believe me?" Yi Ming laughed sarcastically. Mu Shou said, "Even Zi Chen doesn't believe you, let alone me. You are afraid of death, afraid that Zi Chen will really chase you to the ends of the earth, and afraid that the Yi family will be destroyed. You want to kill me, but you don't dare to." Yi Ming first glared fiercely at Mu Shou, then he laughed loudly, "Haha, I do want you to die, but I don't dare to kill you. However, if I don't kill you, don't tell me that others won't dare to kill you. Don't worry, someone will definitely treat you well. Your value will be dug out to the limit. If you're lucky enough to survive, I think we'll meet again. However, it won't be in the battlefield of despair, but in your world." Mu Shou's expression changed, and he said, "You colluded with the Solita clan. Colluding sounds so unpleasant. It should be called cooperation and mutual benefit." "Haha," Yi Ming's laughter echoed between heaven and earth. His figure only rose and fell a few times before he disappeared from sight. After flying for dozens of kilometers, he finally left Mu Shou behind. At the same time, he said to the surroundings, "I've brought him here." "Yi Ming, you really succeeded." A man in a black robe walked out from behind a big tree. Mu Shou was too familiar with this attire. He cried out involuntarily, "Solita clan. Hehe, a new world is going to be ours." The black-robed man walked towards Mu Shou with excitement in his eyes. Yi Ming seemed to be very afraid of the black-robed man. He took a few steps back and said, "All right, there's nothing else for me. I should go. Go. I hope we'll have a chance to work together next time." The black-robed man waved his hand. Yi Ming felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulders as he flew into the distance. He always felt uncomfortable when he was with the Solita clan. The black-robed man walked towards Yi Ming and said, "I don't have much time. Before the others arrive, let me take away your soul. I think there should be many things in your soul that I'm interested in." As soon as he finished speaking, the black-robed man turned into a ball of black light and charged into Mu Shou's sea of consciousness. At this moment, a golden soul figure stood in Mu Shou's sea of consciousness. Chapter 1661. Looking at the two figures disappearing from her sight, Jin Qingcheng lowered her head. There was a hint of guilt on her face. I'm sorry. If it weren't for me, at this point, Jin Qingcheng could not continue no matter what. Due to his personality, everyone had always disliked Yi Ming. Yi Ming had always stayed in the team because of Jin Qingcheng. Zi Chen shook his head and said, "This isn't your fault. No one's fault. Yi Ming is actually a good person. He has resentment in his heart, but he has never been lazy or slippery on the battlefield. But he's crazy now. He's lost his mind. He'll kill the tomb keeper." Jin Qingcheng raised her head. Her face was filled with tears. They knew very well how important the tomb keeper was to Zi Chen. "I can guarantee that he'll be fine. You don't have to worry. In fact, I'm the one to blame for this. If I had given him the God's seal earlier and let him leave alone, perhaps this wouldn't have happened. Unfortunately, I hesitated. I wanted to give it to him after I came out. No one was perfect. Zi Chen would also make mistakes. However, if he had given it earlier, this would not have happened. This time, it was because of the God's seal. Next time, it might be because of something else." To be honest, Zi Chen was not sure about this. Everyone gritted their teeth. They were very worried about the tomb keeper's safety, especially Viper. Guarding the tomb was related to the future of their world. Nothing could happen to it. Zi Chen's expression was still calm. There was no trace of worry on his face. This was because when the golden light shone, his soul had already entered the tomb keeper's sea of consciousness to protect the tomb keeper. Yi Ming could appear silently and escape everyone's perception. It was impossible for him to do so with his own strength. He should have used something. In the entire battlefield of despair, the people who could use the power of space to the extreme were not natives but the Soul-Eater clan. With the Wang family and the Soul-Eater clan as an example, Zi Chen guessed that Yi Ming must have something to do with the Soul-Eater clan. Along the way, Yi Ming had not done anything wrong. He had frankly expressed his dissatisfaction and even killing intent toward Zi Chen, but he had never really attacked. Zi Chen had no intention of killing Yi Ming. He just wanted to draw a clear line between the two sides through today's incident. However, nothing could happen to the tomb keeper. Within Mumu's consciousness, the Soul-Eater race looked at the golden figure and exclaimed, "You're not an aboriginal. No, your soul is even purer than an aboriginal's." The 8th stage Soul-Eater widened his eyes and looked at Golden Light Zi Chen in disbelief. At this time, Tomb Keeper walked over and stood behind Zi Chen, not saying a word. The soul-devouring clan member glanced at Mumu and sneered, "It seems that if I want to take you down, I'll have to deal with this problem first." Buzz. The Soul-Eater's body trembled. Green light lingered around him. Powerful soul power surged around him. His soul territory was fully activated. Under the cover of the soul domain, Tomb Keeper found that he couldn't move at all, and his expression changed greatly. This was the first time he had personally experienced the power of the soul-devouring clan. It was indeed terrifying. Buzz. Golden light surged around Zi Chen's body, illuminating Mu Shou's sea of consciousness. Keeper Mu felt the pressure on his body lessen in an instant, and he was able to move again. Immediately, he looked at Zi Chen with shock in his eyes. At this moment, Zi Chen stepped forward, and a sheathed long blade appeared in his hand. The long blade was unsheathed and slashed forward. Golden light shone all over the world like a waterfall. Once again, Tomb Keeper saw an unbelievable scene. It was a move that could only be performed with energy, but at this moment, Zi Chen used his soul power to perform it. The light of the blade fell. The soul-devouring clan member let out a roar and was sent flying. The powerful soul-devouring clan did not even have the slightest ability to resist in front of Zi Chen. After that, the battle came to an end. The soul-devouring clan member's soul was shattered, and Zi Chen collected the soul fragments. When Tomb Keeper opened his eyes, a group of friends had already arrived. The leader was Viper, a man. When he saw Tomb Keeper, his eyes were wet. A beam of golden light rushed out of Tomb Keeper's sea of consciousness and entered Zi Chen's glabella. Everyone was shocked to see that it was Zi Chen's soul. They had no idea when Zi Chen's soul entered Tomb Keeper's sea of consciousness. "All right, the danger has been dealt with. Let's go," Zi Chen said with a faint smile. At the same time, he took out a piece of soul fragment and threw it into the cauldron. Everyone's pupils shrank. Evidently, Zi Chen had encountered the soul-devouring clan again. Viper and Tombkeeper looked at each other. Both had lingering fear in their eyes. With this soul fragment, I will definitely be able to refine the space energy within it. From now on, your storage pouch will be renamed as a space pouch, Cauldron Spirit said after keeping the soul fragment. When they returned to Schenker's little store, Old Man Schenker merely smiled and did not ask about what had happened. Zi Chen and the others stayed in the city for another month. During this month, Cauldron Spirit finally extracted the space energy within the soul fragment and fused it into Zi Chen's storage pouch. With the infusion of the space energy, Zi Chen's storage pouch increased by dozens of times. Henceforth, the storage pouch was renamed as a space pouch. If there are enough soul fragments, the space pouch can be further upgraded, Cauldron Spirit said at the same time. Tombkeeper was rather impatient. Therefore, after the party reorganized their equipment, they decided to follow Tombkeeper to the world he came from. This time, they set off at Schenker's little store because it was the only safe place. Due to the large number of people teleporting, the transportation matrix would take a long time to set up. During the process, the space energy would dissipate and the soul-devouring clan would be able to sense it easily. While Tombkeeper was setting up the transportation matrix, Zi Chen sought out Old Man Schenker and told him that he wanted to summon something. Old Man Schenker was very surprised to hear the purpose of his visit. With Zi Chen's current strength, he was not even afraid of a 9th-layer immortal realm expert. What else could he possibly need? The little cauldron from before had already made Old Man Schenker realize how extraordinary Zi Chen was. Now, he was very curious as to what the second thing Zi Chen was going to summon would be. Follow me. Old Man Schenker brought Zi Chen to the previous place and motioned for Zi Chen to enter. Rays of the light of edicts appeared one after another and landed on Zi Chen's body. Old Man Schenker stood outside and looked at Zi Chen curiously. A pair of inconspicuous wings appeared above Zi Chen's head. There were a total of 6 wings and they looked like dried bones. The 6 wings looked rather special. However, after the incident with the little cauldron, Old Man Schenker could tell that something was amiss. The corners of his mouth curled into a faint smile. Evidently, the 6 wings were not as weak as they looked. The originally stable rays of the light of edicts suddenly began to tremble. Sure enough, this thing was not as simple as it seemed. Faintly, there seemed to be an angry roar. After the roar, the rays of the light of edicts began to shrink. Finally, they turned into a crystal chip and fell into Zi Chen's hand. As his spiritual senses probed the crystal chip, Zi Chen could not help but smile wryly. Sure enough, the edicts would not be fooled this time. Disappointed, Zi Chen walked out. He could not be bothered to answer Old Man Schenker's questions and went straight to Mu Shou and the others. The teleportation formation had just been completed. After bidding farewell to Old Man Schenker, everyone stepped into the teleportation formation one after another. With a flash of brilliance, everyone disappeared. Old Man Schenker frowned. In an instant, he sensed several spatial fluctuations outside the city. Finally, he smiled coldly. These soul-devouring clan are indeed everywhere. Through the portal, they came to this world again. Looking at the colossal figures in the sky, everyone was completely stunned. What are these big guys? Why do they have draconic aura? Mancha looked up and asked with wide eyes. Western giant dragons, a type of dragon, Mu Shou said. The 11 of them looked up at the sky. Looking at the black mass of Western giant dragons, they were so shocked that they could not utter a single word. After a moment, Shuntian said, Mu Shou, you didn't bring us here to kill all of these big guys, did you? Mu Shou smiled awkwardly. There is no other way at the moment. We can only kill some of them first. Some? How can this be called some? Even if we kill them here for a few hundred years, we may not be able to kill all of them. Everyone was worried. Zi Chen smiled faintly and said, just kill them slowly. We have plenty of time anyway. Moreover, these Western giant dragons are full of treasures. The dragon crystal is extremely useful for our cultivation. Next, just treat it as cultivation. Also, We won't go back until we reach the 9th tier. Hearing that, everyone perked up. But before that, they had to understand the power of the Western giant dragons. Just then, a giant dragon noticed the people below. A bloodthirsty look flashed in the dragon's eyes. It flapped its wings and dove down. Chen took out his dragon spear. With a tap of his foot, his figure rose into the air. He would start the first battle. Boundless momentum surged. The giant dragon was like a huge meteorite, bringing with it a powerful force. The wind whistled and the space distorted. Man Shu and the others narrowed their eyes. Chen's robe fluttered. The space around him was also distorted. Rays of golden light were emitted from his body. He looked up at the giant dragon. With the dragon spear in his hand, silver light flashed. The advanced dragon soul was no longer afraid of this kind of dragon aura. There was even a trace of dragon aura that spread out. The giant dragon that was diving down had a hint of doubt in its eyes. At that moment, Chen rushed up with his spear. He became one with the spear, and silver light shot out in all directions. As if sensing danger from this attack, the giant dragon opened its mouth and let out a dragon roar. Large amounts of dragon flames poured down like heavenly fire. The scorching heat caused the space to distort. On top of the silver light, there was an additional golden light shield. He and the spear rushed into the dragon flames. Bang! The energy collided violently. The space began to distort crazily. Chen, who was one with the spear, appeared again. The golden light around his body became extremely dim, and the light shield was filled with cracks. As Chen rushed out of the dragon flames, the light shield shattered with a boom. Puff! At that moment, Chen came into contact with the giant dragon. The dragon's spear in his hand directly pierced through the dragon's scales and into the giant dragon's head. He broke through its defense with one blow. The painful dragon roar reverberated between heaven and earth. Chapter 1662. The commotion caused by this attack wasn't small at all. Many dragons in the sky noticed this scene. After a slight pause, they flapped their wings and swooped down one by one. Hurricane after hurricane appeared out of nowhere. The dragons swooped down with dazzling lights. Space was distorted. It was as if a large number of meteors had suddenly appeared in the sky. The power of the dragons swooping down was simply unimaginable. Everyone's expression changed drastically. Tombkeeper even shouted, Chen, come back quickly. At this moment, Chen was standing on the dragon's back, holding the dragon spear tightly with one hand. Energy and vitality were rapidly draining away. The dragon kept rolling, but it couldn't shake off the dragon spear, nor could it shake off Chen. Looking up at the 20-odd dragons, Chen's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. It seemed that it had been a long time since he had encountered such a life-threatening challenge. The dragon's body quickly shriveled. Without the suppression of the dragon's aura, the lightning dragon's devouring speed was much faster. Holding the dragon's spear tightly, Chen smiled gently and said, "All right, leave some for the others." Buzz! The dragon's spear trembled. The tip of the spear left the dragon's body. The dragon, which had lost 90% of its vitality, fell directly to the ground. Coincidentally, the direction in which it fell was not far from Man Shu and the others. "Destroy the dragon soul." Tombkeeper spoke. The nearby dark mantle took out a soul-devouring weapon and stabbed it into the dragon's body without hesitation. The remaining dragon soul was completely devoured by the weapon. The dragon was completely dead. Everyone looked up at the sky and saw Chen had already rushed into the sky. The sky was filled with dragon flames. The raging fire burned, turning the sky into a sea of fire. This time, Chen didn't continue to charge at the dragon flames. His body turned into a golden light, shuttling through the gaps of the dragon flames at extreme speed. After several flashes, Chen rushed out of the range of the dragon flames. The defensive light barrier around him had already shattered. The corners of his clothes were still burning, and there were a few places on his robe that were charred black. Chen looked a little embarrassed. He shook his hand to extinguish the flames on his robe and rushed at a dragon with his spear. After breaking through, Chen's strength and speed had increased a lot. After dodging the oncoming attack, Chen flashed to the side of a giant dragon and stabbed the dragon spear in his hand forward. The dragon scales, which had a decent defense, became extremely weak in front of the dragon spear and were instantly pierced through. Chen let go of the dragon spear, and the tremendous force flipped the giant dragon over. Silver light flickered on the body of the spear. The dragon soul spear was swallowing everything on its own. Letting go of the dragon spear, a sheathed long saber appeared in Chen's hand. He turned around in the air and slashed out. Like a waterfall, the saber light swept past the dragon tail that was close at hand, and then swept past the body of a giant dragon. The dragon tail split into two. Half of it flew past Chen, while the other half fell to the ground, spraying dragon blood everywhere. Looking ahead, the place where the saber beam had slashed had almost split the giant dragon's body into two. The wound was a ghastly sight. Due to its severe injuries, the dragon's massive body fell to the ground. In 3 moves, Chen had finished off 3 giant dragons. Such a move had also shocked the Tombkeeper and Viper below. The space distorted, and waves of fire swept over. The dragon flames once again swept towards Chen. Chen's figure rose, and he flew over the dragon flames. The long saber that had just returned to its sheath was unsheathed again. The shining saber light appeared and swept past the body of a giant dragon in front of him. The 2 great special effects of armor penetration and sharpness were displayed incisively and vividly. The dragon's roars of pain, despair, and even fear were constantly resounding in this world. Above the sky, more giant dragons were attracted. Below, a group of people stared blankly at the battle in the sky and at the giant dragon corpses that kept falling. If not for the Tombkeeper's incessant urging, everyone would have forgotten to add another slash to the dead giant dragon's body and destroy the dragon's soul. In the sky, Chen was like a god of war. His body was shining with dazzling golden light. He wandered and circled among the giant dragons. Every time he struck, he could kill a giant dragon. Such a battle made everyone's blood boil. Mancha shouted and was about to follow. "I say, don't join in the fun. This is going to kill people." Fortunately, Viper's eyes were sharp and his hands were quick. He pulled Mancha back. Although Chen was killing them easily, that was because Chen had the advantage of speed and weapons. These giant dragons were not made of paper. They were real giant dragons with flesh and blood. They were extremely powerful existences. Viper dared to go up against one and was confident that he could kill it. However, if he encountered 2, Viper could only run. Facing the attacks of so many giant dragons, Chen was gradually unable to hold on. Some attacks could not be dodged. Wounds appeared on his body, and then he coughed up blood. "Come back. It's time to go," the Tombkeeper shouted. At the same time, he had already propped up a huge light shield to prevent the other giant dragons from detecting them. Poof! Poof! After killing 2 more giant dragons, Chen could no longer withstand the pressure and ran away. Just then, a dragon's tail hit Chen. Chen coughed up blood. His body fell from the sky like a boulder and smashed into the ground. The Tombkeeper and the others hurried to rescue Chen. Chen spat out the soil in his mouth. Ignoring the blood all over his body, he couldn't help but laugh. As expected, I, who wasn't afraid of being besieged, was almost killed. Mancha and Wu Xie added 2 more slashes and took away the 2 dragon souls. At this moment, there were more than a dozen giant dragon corpses on the ground. Mancha walked back and asked, "What do we do with these giant dragon corpses?" "These are all treasures. Of course we have to take them," Chen said without hesitation. Then, under everyone's stunned expressions, he took away all the giant dragons. "This is a storage pouch." Looking at the storage pouch with more than a dozen dragon corpses, everyone felt it was inconceivable. Chen did not explain. Speaking of which, he had just been surrounded by the giant dragons. In addition to the external wounds, he had also suffered internal injuries. He needed to go back and recuperate for a while. In the sky, the dragon roars kept echoing. The giant dragons were enraged. This was not a place to stay for long. Everyone followed the Tombkeeper back. However, just as they entered the safe zone, weapons suddenly appeared and pressed against their necks. All right, it's me. The tomb keeper stepped forward. The group of guards quickly saluted him. Among them was the guy Zi Chen had defeated in one move. Without explaining anything, the tomb keeper led his men to find the elders. The 8 elders trembled when they heard the news. When they saw the tomb keeper, their faces were filled with joy. Isn't this Zi Chen? Why are you injured? Uncle Wang looked at the injured Zi Chen and asked. I was bored and killed a few dragons. In the end, I was ganged up on. Zi Chen said embarrassedly. You have internal injuries. Hurry up and treat them, Uncle Wang said. All right. Zi Chen nodded. His injuries were indeed not light. After instructing the tomb keeper to arrange accommodation for the others, Zi Chen returned to his own residence to treat his injuries. After arranging everything, the tomb keeper followed the 8 elders to the meeting hall. These are the 11 you mentioned? Uncle Wang asked first. The tomb keeper nodded and said, yes. The 11 of them are as trustworthy as Zi Chen. Are you confident this time? Uncle Wang asked again. I'm very confident. Zi Chen killed many members of the soul-devouring clan this time. He used their souls to refine many soul-devouring weapons. Those weapons can even devour souls. The soul-devouring clan is our nemesis. The elders were shocked. Now Zi Chen is their nemesis, the tomb keeper said confidently. What happened to Zi Chen? Why is he injured? Thinking about the reason for Zi Chen's injury, the tomb keeper could not help but laugh. He was bored and wanted to kill giant dragons. In the end, he only killed a dozen giant dragons before he was attacked by dozens of giant dragons and injured. When the 8 elders heard this, they could not help but gasp. After killing a dozen giant dragons and being attacked by dozens of giant dragons, he was only injured. How strong was Zi Chen? After all, the strongest expert in their clan only had a pair of 3 giant dragons at most. As if guessing the thoughts of the elders, Tomb Keeper said, although Zi Chen has only just entered the 8th tier, his battle prowess is not weaker than an ascetic cultivator's. Furthermore, the 11 people he brought with him are not weaker than an ascetic cultivator. The group of elders stared blankly at him. An ascetic was at the 9th level, an extremely powerful existence. But these people were only at the 8th level, yet they were not weaker than a 9th level. They are very strong, but that is not the main reason for their confidence in resolving the crisis. Elders, do you know that Zi Chen's weapon has a devouring dragon soul? The 8 elders nodded. When the dragon soul appeared, their strength was instantly dispersed. Uncle Wang asked, "What? Is there a problem with the dragon soul?" It is not a dragon soul. To be precise, it is a divine dragon. It can transform into a dragon. In my opinion, it is now residing in the weapon, the Tomb Keeper said in a low voice. Transforming into a dragon. Zi Chen's weapon can transform into a dragon. The elders were alarmed. I saw it with my own eyes. It can't be wrong. That is a divine dragon identical to the records. Zi Chen's injuries weren't light, but he had a perfect body. As long as he didn't die, he could recover from any serious injuries. Many dragons left internal and external injuries on Zi Chen's body. Zi Chen only took 2 hours to completely recover. After walking out of the room, Zi Chen saw a group of people walking around. Apart from that, there were also some tomb keepers. Although these people were accompanying him, their main reason was to monitor him. Since they were going to stay here for a long time, their relationship naturally couldn't be too strained. Therefore, Zi Chen called Manshur and company over and prepared to give them some greeting gifts. It didn't seem like they had anything worth giving. Zi Chen thought for a moment and realized that there were more than 10 dragon corpses on him. Therefore, Zi Chen took out the dragon corpses. Looking at so many dragon corpses, the tribe members were all stunned. Everyone, I'll treat you to wine and meat later. Manshur smiled casually before squatting down to deal with a dragon corpse. Everyone, who was already extremely shocked, retreated in fright when they saw this scene. In the end, they ran away without even bidding farewell. Why are they running? Manshur scratched his head with a puzzled expression. As for Zi Chen, he seemed to think of something and cursed inwardly. This was the Tomb Keeper clan. They had guarded the dragon soul for generations and regarded the dragon soul as their ancestor. However, they were now preparing to roast dragon meat here. This seemed to be a great disrespect to the Tombkeeper clan. Chapter 1663. A group of elders came over and saw more than a dozen dragon corpses on the ground at a glance. Judging from the wounds, almost all of them were killed with a single blow. After hearing Long Mu's words, the group of elders who had some understanding of Zi Chen's combat strength also had a change in expression at this moment. Obviously, Zi Chen was stronger than they had expected. However, looking at the bloody dragon meat next to them, even if they knew that Zi Chen and the others were very important to the tribe, their expressions still turned ugly. Touching the dragon corpses was disrespectful to the dragon god. And eating dragon meat was blasphemy to the dragon god. Compared to the 8 elders' ugly expressions, Long Mu was much calmer. After more than 1,000 years of experience outside, he had seen a lot of things. Almost all the invaders he had seen had no faith. They did not believe in others and did not rely on the gods. They only believed in themselves and their strength. Not to mention eating dragon meat, even if the gods were in front of them, they might even dare to devour them. After a short silence, an elder trembled as he stepped forward, pointed at the dragon corpses, and said, "This is blasphemy to the dragon god. It is a great disrespect and will be punished by the heavens." Man Shur, who was beside him, said indifferently, "Old man, it's just eating a few pieces of dragon meat. It's not that serious, right?" The old man said with grief and indignation, "The dragon god is supreme. It is not to be blasphemed." Wu Xie pointed at the dragon corpses and said, "But these are just dragons, not the dragon god." The old man said stubbornly, "But they are transformed by the dragon god. They are the dragon god's clones." Wu Xie curled his lips when he heard this. "If they are the dragon god's clones, you can rest easy because these dragon god's clones will protect you and not bring you any harm." The old man was stunned, but he could not say a word. He pointed at Wu Xie with a trembling finger and said, You are twisting words and forcing logic. I will ignore you. Zi Chen, what do you say about this matter?" The old man was very smart. He knew to look for Zi Chen instead of messing around with Wu Xie. Zi Chen smiled and said, "Don't be so agitated, old man. Blaspheming the dragon god is naturally not good and will naturally be condemned. However, I see that in our tribe, there should be people who use dragon bone weapons." Zi Chen had noticed this last time. All the weapons in the tribe were made of dragon bones. This was given to us by the dragon god to protect our homeland after we prayed. However, we only use the corrupted dragon bones and never profane the soul or the body. After hearing this, Zi Chen smiled and said, "Old man, this is the rule here. We don't believe in the dragon god, we only believe in ourselves." "Oh, right, you may not know this, but the dragon meat contains a huge amount of essence, which is very useful for cultivation. If used for a long time, not only will it strengthen the body, it will also increase the realm by leaps and bounds." Looking at the elders' increasingly ugly expressions, Zi Chen added, "Moreover, after a long time, you will have a certain degree of immunity to the attacks of the giant dragons." The elders who originally thought that Zi Chen was twisting words and forcing logic changed their expressions slightly when they heard this. Uncle Wang said, "Zi Chen, is this true?" "Of course." Zi Chen smiled and nodded. The elders looked at the Tombkeeper, who also nodded. In fact, this principle was very simple. Just like killing, the more one killed, the more one would naturally have a murderous aura, which could be used as a deterrent. It was the same for killing giant dragons. The more one killed, the murderous aura could intimidate the giant dragons. By the same logic, eating a lot of dragon meat was also the same. The 8 elders hurriedly left, seeming to have a lot on their minds. The Tombkeeper nodded at Zi Chen and left with the 8 elders. As for Man Shur and the others, they continued to dissect the dragon corpse. After knowing what the group of people brought back by the chief was doing, the rest of the tribe also hid far away, not daring to approach. Zi Chen was not wrong. The dragon meat did contain a large amount of essence, which was extremely helpful for cultivation. These were considered resources that should not be wasted, so Zi Chen insisted on challenging the Tombkeeper tribe's tradition. As for the so-called blasphemy, they had already destroyed the dragon soul, let alone the dragon meat. Man-sha quickly set up a fire and started to roast it. Bursts of meat fragrance spread throughout the tribe. Their combat strength had already reached its peak, so the effect of the devouring god seal was greatly weakened. If they wanted to increase their combat strength and realm, they would need to slowly grow. The dragon meat, which contained a large amount of essence, was undoubtedly a good thing for them. No one came over halfway, so Zichen and the others ate heartily. After that, they began to refine the essence in the dragon meat and made some small gains. No, this can't be. This is blasphemy to the dragon god. In the meeting hall, an elder said agitatedly. Obviously, the 8 elders and the chief had returned from guarding the tomb to discuss the matter of eating dragon meat. But we don't have a single ascetic in our tribe. There are only a dozen people who can fight against the giant dragons. Our tribe needs to grow, and we need strong people to oversee it. I think Zichen's suggestion is feasible. Uncle Wang said. He was the one who proposed this matter. No, this is blasphemy to the dragon god. Another elder said. He was very stubborn. As for the others, they were silent. Obviously, they were very conflicted and couldn't make up their minds. I think this is feasible. The tomb keeper suddenly said. The 8 people's eyes fell on the tomb keeper. Some of them were surprised and puzzled. They are just Western dragons, not the real dragon god. At most, they are guys who stole a trace of the dragon's soul. They are another kind of creature. Although they are also dragons, they are very different from the dragon god. We respect the dragon god, but we don't respect the Western dragons. Speaking of which, they are still on the opposite side of us. Only by killing the dragons can we maintain the stability of the dragon tomb. If we want to know what happened in the dragon tomb, we need to enter the dragon tomb to explore. During this period, we need a large number of strong people. Zichen and the others are strong, but they are weak in the end. So, I suggest that from today onwards, we start to refine the dragon crystals and quickly improve our strength. When the time comes, a group of strong people will gather and enter the dragon tomb to explore. The tomb keeper said. But there were still elders who hesitated. No buts. When I came back this time, I saw another destroyed small world. It was the tomb keeper clan like us, but they were destroyed. If we want to protect our world, we have to give up some old ideas. Those damn Western dragons, what kind of dragon god are they? They are the enemy. At this time of crisis, what's the harm in using the enemy's resources? The tomb keeper said loudly. This was something he had thought about before coming back. Coincidentally, Zichen took the lead. This is my order. The tomb keeper used his status as the clan leader. Everyone fell silent again. No one agreed or objected. At this moment, Zichen suddenly came to the meeting hall. The group of elders hadn't reacted to the tomb keeper's words. They didn't expect Zichen to make another request, which shocked them. Remove the bell of heaven and earth. They looked at Zichen. Yes, remove the bell of heaven and earth. Zichen nodded. The bell of heaven and earth could stabilize the universe. It slowed down the flow of the entire world, and the time outside was 1 to 100. In other words, 1 year here was 100 years outside. The tomb keeper had gone out to train for more than 1,000 years, but in this world, only 10 years had passed. Why? Looking at the determined Zichen, Uncle Wang asked. The flow of time is too slow. Zichen said, if we want to enter the dragon tomb to explore, we first have to kill most of the dragons, or greatly increase our strength. But no matter what, it will take a very long time. Maybe a few decades, maybe 100 years, but according to the current flow of time, thousands or even tens of thousands of years have passed outside. This time is too long, so long that you don't know what will happen. Moreover, I don't have tens of thousands of years to squander. Indeed, the Zhanwu continent was full of danger. Calculating the time, his friends in the Tianwu continent should have already arrived. If Zichen stayed here for tens of thousands of years, how could he find his friends when he went out? If his friends were in danger, how could he help? Zichen said, remove the bell of heaven and earth. 100 years is still 100 years. I can still afford to waste this time. The elders glanced at each other, unable to make up their minds. Today's events had been too big of a blow for them. First, the tribe leader wanted to break tradition. Now, Chen wanted to remove the bell of heaven and earth. The tomb keeper, who had been silent this whole time, suddenly said, "Just remove the bell of heaven and earth. Perhaps you don't know, but since the bell of heaven and earth can slow down time, it can also speed up time. It can slow down time 100 times, and it can also speed up time 100 times. Surprise flashed through Chen's eyes, but he shook his head and said, "No. If the bell of heaven and earth could really speed up time 100 times, then 100 years here would only be a year in the outside world. That would naturally be excellent." However, Chen knew that changing the flow of time would come at a great price. Perhaps Chen wouldn't have to bear that price himself, but Chen didn't want the Tombkeeper tribe to pay that price. Last time, when he had activated the bell of heaven and earth, many of the elders' realms had dropped, and some had even died. If he changed the flow of time again, who knew what kind of price he would have to pay? That's not a problem. Just wait for my news. As the tribe leader, the Tombkeeper nodded in agreement. The elders remained silent. Although the Tombkeeper's motive was for the tribe, they could feel that the Tombkeeper had changed. Perhaps, the Tombkeeper had grown up. And their thoughts could no longer keep up with the Tombkeeper's. Early the next morning, Chen felt a mysterious energy fluctuation surging through the entire tribe. Walking out of the room, Chen saw Dongqing and the others. Clearly, they had also sensed the fluctuation. What's going on? Is this the power of time? Everyone was in a daze. The fluctuation was very strong, and it had already affected the flow of time. Furthermore, when the fluctuation spread out, time became chaotic. If someone was in the sky at this moment and was enveloped by the energy fluctuation, they might instantly travel through time and become a pile of bones. Could it be? Chen thought of something and instantly rushed towards the center of the tribe. The others followed closely behind. Chapter 1664. Sadness filled the air and gradually filled the entire tribe. Chen, who was walking forward, felt the sadness. His expression changed slightly and he stopped. The sadness came from the center of the Gravekeeper tribe. That was where the Cosmos Bell was located. The time fluctuation had also come from there. Chen couldn't tell if it was sadness or some other emotion, but he had already guessed what had happened. What's going on? Chen suddenly stopped. Man Shi and the others immediately caught up. A bitter smile appeared on Chen's face, and his expression seemed somewhat helpless. The oppressive time fluctuation dissipated. There was only sadness in the tribe. Chen came to the center of the tribe. The Cosmos Bell was still hanging high in the sky. The runes on its surface were shining with golden light. All the warriors of the tribe were gathered under the Cosmos Bell. They were all kneeling on one knee. They weren't kneeling to the Cosmos Bell. Instead, they were kneeling to the 8 elders who were sitting cross-legged in the center. The 8 elders who had lost their vitality. Viper was kneeling on one knee like the other warriors. The Gravekeeper stood not far away. He looked at the 8 corpses silently with an expressionless face. What's going on? Why did the elders suddenly die? A few people stood in the distance and looked at the 8 elders who had lost their vitality. They were puzzled. At this moment, the Gravekeeper turned around and looked at the warriors. He said, "The elders have made great contributions to the tribe. They should be buried in the ancestral land. From today onwards, all the warriors of the tribe will begin to refine the dragon crystals." The warriors were very sad when the elders died. However, when they heard the Gravekeeper's words, there was still a small commotion. They were the Gravekeeper tribe. What they guarded was the dragon soul, which was also the dragon god. The dragon god was noble and could not be blasphemed. Even if the dragon soul had leaked out at this moment, giving birth to the Western dragon, a mutant dragon species that brought great harm to them, and even if they knew that the dragon had many resources, the people of the tribe had never thought of using them. The only thing they used was to forge dragon weapons. However, before that, they still needed a long time of sincere prayer. And today, the clan chief actually said such a thing. The gravekeeper obviously didn't want to continue explaining. He just waved his hand and said, "Let's go. Bury the elders properly." The group of warriors all retreated, bringing away the corpses of the 8 elders. Their discussion could still be heard from afar. Seeing the warriors leave, a trace of grief appeared on the tombkeeper's face. These 8 elders were in the prime of their lives. However, they had forcefully extracted their vitality time and time again, causing their cultivation levels to drop time and time again. This time, for the sake of the tribe, they had exhausted all their vitality. "I didn't expect it to be like this." Chen walked over with a bitter look on his face. The tombkeeper shook his head. "This has nothing to do with you, it is the decision of the 8 elders. In fact, the 8 elders could have lived, but only 2 of them could accept the tombkeeper's explanation of the dragons. The other 6 still stubbornly insisted that they were not allowed to blaspheme the dragon god. Tradition was tradition, and rules were rules. Not everyone could accept it, even if the tombkeeper explained it clearly. Now that the tribe was facing a crisis, they urgently needed experts. Although the elders were stubborn, they were still thinking for the tribe. Thus, the 8 elders exhausted their lives to change the flow of time in the heaven and earth bell. Now the flow of time is 1 to 80. 80 years here is only 1 year outside. The tombkeeper said. When the others heard this, they looked at the heaven and earth bell flashing with golden light in the sky in surprise. All 8 elders had died. Before a new 9th-tier expert appeared in the tribe, there would be no more elders. Now, the entire tribe was completely under the tombkeeper's control. Thus, the tombkeeper ordered everyone in the tribe to refine the dragon crystals. Over the years, the tribe had accumulated a large amount of dragon crystals. Chen and the others were lucky enough to get some and were refining them these days. In addition, the tombkeeper also used other methods to summon ascetics back. Each ascetic had the strength of a 9th-tier expert. According to the tombkeeper, there could be about 5 ascetics. Perhaps because of the invaders, the effect of their refining was not as obvious as that of the tribe warriors. In just one day, 10 people in the tribe became warriors. In the tombkeeper tribe, only 7th-tier experts could be called warriors. And on the second day, a 7th-tier warrior broke through the bottleneck to 8th tier. After that, there was good news almost every day. As expected. The tombkeeper who heard the news did not show too much surprise. The tombkeeper had long guessed that the tombkeeper tribe was unique and had an inexplicable connection with the dragon tribe. And at this moment, these giant dragons, to the tombkeeper, were a gift from the dragon god to increase the strength of the guardians. Unfortunately, due to the ancient rules, no one in the tribe tried to refine the dragon crystals. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed, and the tribe's stock was not much. The tombkeeper discussed with Chen and decided to go out to hunt dragons. This time, the tribe will also send some people to let them familiarize themselves with the battlefield in advance. Of course, it was impossible to rely on Chen's 12 people. Sooner or later, the tribe would send people. Chen had no objection to the tombkeeper's proposal. So, the tribe sent out 20 experts this time. Undoubtedly, these were the strongest 20 people in the tribe. Almost all of them could fight against a giant dragon. Hearing that they were going to go out to hunt dragons, the group of warriors was very excited. Of course, they were not going to a place with a group of giant dragons, but to some remote areas to hunt some wandering giant dragons. Under the tombkeeper's lead, the group of people walked out of the tribe's restriction. In the sky, the dragon roared continuously, and the dragon's power appeared in all directions. Seeing this scene, the warriors' faces were a little pale. Even with the protection of the light shield, they could still feel the suffocating dragon's power. After walking for 200 miles, the tombkeeper removed the light shield. There are giant dragons here. Mancha scratched his head and looked at the forest. There are some wandering ones. As long as there is a movement, it will attract the giant dragons. Sure enough, in less than a moment, a giant dragon appeared in the sky. It was nearly 20 meters long, diving down at a low altitude. The dragon's power spread out, and some beasts fled in panic. This was a giant dragon hunting. Seeing the giant dragon, the warriors wanted to show off in front of these invaders, but before they could do anything, they heard a big man shout, "I will deal with it." Of course, it was Mansha who spoke. He had always wanted to hunt dragons. Mansha's figure flashed and rushed over. The warriors looked at Zi Chen's group in surprise. In this situation, shouldn't they work together? But these people had no intention to help at all. Could it be that they expected this big man to kill the dragon alone? Buzz. Just as the warriors were confused, the void suddenly trembled. They saw that the originally burly man had transformed into a giant. The surface of the giant's body was flowing with a pitch-black energy light. It looked as if it was forged from steel. A violent aura, with the giant as the center, shook in all directions. The warriors were a little surprised, and they stared at the giant that Mansha turned into. "Hey, over here," Mansha said to the giant dragon in front of him. His voice was like thunder. The giant dragon saw the change in Mansha, and when it was confused, Mansha provoked it. It was very dissatisfied, and it let out a dragon roar and rushed towards Mansha. The wind whistled, and the forest fell. Mansha smiled coldly and rushed towards the giant dragon. Force met force. The warriors were a little stunned. Boom! The two collided, causing the forest to shake. The whole sky was trembling, and a visible airwave spread in all directions, and a large number of trees fell. The giant dragon roared, and a powerful force surged. The scales on its body were shining, and it was very dazzling. Mansha roared, and the aura around him became more violent. He was like a steel war god. The moment he stabilized his body, he suddenly accelerated, and directly grabbed the dragon's claw, and swung it up. The warriors who wanted to show off were stunned when they saw this scene. It was bad enough that they didn't suffer a loss in a direct confrontation, but now they were swinging the giant dragon. One should know that that was a giant dragon, and it had extraordinary means. Boom! The earth trembled, and the ancient trees burst. The giant dragon's body fell heavily on the ground. The dragon's roar turned into anger. The giant dragon shook its head, and it seemed to feel a little dizzy. In the eyes of the warriors, Mansha, who was swinging the giant dragon, was like a chicken, smashing it to the east and to the west. The angry dragon's roar gradually turned into a painful dragon's roar, and finally turned into panic. On the ground, a large number of ancient trees were shattered, and deep pits appeared one after another. The warriors were stunned. Was this really a human? Human strength surpassed dragon power. His strength was really terrifying. Everyone knew Mansha's combat strength. Except for the warriors, Zi Chen and the others didn't show too much expression. They didn't even look over. Their attention was on the horizon. The continuous dragon's roar had attracted other giant dragons. At the end of their sight, a large number of black shadows appeared. There are giant dragons. The dragon's aura suddenly became stronger, and the warriors sensed it. Then, one of them looked back and happened to see the large number of black shadows in the sky. His expression changed, and he cried out. The others looked back, and they were also shocked because there were too many giant dragons. There were no less than 50 of them. And all of them were rushing over. It was obviously a group battle, and they couldn't resist at all. Looking at the approaching giant dragons, Zi Chen smiled coldly, ignoring the cries behind him, "Prepare for battle." His body flashed, and he was the first to rush forward. Then, Shun Tiandao and Fortune Teller followed. Then, streams of light flashed, and everyone took the initiative to go forward. What are they doing? A warrior couldn't help but ask. They should be going to slay the dragon, someone replied. Nonsense, how can they take the initiative to attack? Don't they know that in this situation, the giant dragon's combat strength is increased? They are invaders. They just came here, so they shouldn't know. It's over. They are too reckless. Patriarch, why don't you persuade them? Moo stared ahead and said in a deep voice, "Next, you just have to watch. This time, I mainly brought you here to broaden your horizons." Broaden our horizons? The warriors couldn't help but be stunned. Chapter 1665. With a cry of relief, the dragon was finally dead. It had been ravaged badly by Mansha. Now, death had become a form of relief. After killing the dragon, Mansha looked up into the distance where the battle had already begun. Zi Chen's body emitted a golden light as he charged at a dragon. With a flash of his dragon spear, he easily pierced through the dragon's head. A painful roar was heard as the dragon's body involuntarily trembled from the pain. Zi Chen let go of his spear. With a tap of his foot, he leaped into the air with a sheathed saber in his hand. As he pulled out his saber, the crisp sound of a saber rang out. A bright and sharp saber light swept past the dragon's body. Peng! Blood rained down as the dragon's body was split into two and fell from the sky. In the blink of an eye, 2 dragons had been killed. The warriors in the distance were dumbfounded when they saw this scene. In their eyes, dragons were extremely powerful beings. If they encountered them one-on-one, they would have to go all out. But now, the powerful beings they thought were powerful were killed in an instant. The other invaders also made their moves at this moment, each displaying their powerful combat strength. A few of them could also kill a dragon in one strike. Hearing the dragon's screams, seeing the blood splattering in the sky, and seeing the falling corpses, the warriors were in a mess. Although they did not say anything, they were still very concerned about the invaders brought back by the clan leader. This was especially true for Zi Chen, who was the leader of the invaders. The last time he was here, the 8 elders had suffered a severe drop in their cultivation base. This time, it was because of Zi Chen's request that the 8 elders perished. They did not understand the invaders' combat strength, but they had a plan in their hearts. They felt that even if the invaders were strong, there should be a limit to their strength. But today, they finally saw how terrifying the invaders were. It was completely an instant kill, even faster than that. There was no limit to their combat strength. If these people were willing, just one of them could slaughter the entire tribe. No less than 50 dragons were slaughtered before they could even get close. Man Sure, who came later, was so angry that he was shouting. The battle was over. The invaders were waiting for the second wave of dragons to arrive. Looking at the dragon corpses in front of them, the warriors still felt like they were dreaming. Don't worry about the corpses. All of you spread out. The leader of the invaders descended from the sky and arrived beside the dragon corpses. A warrior said, "We're just." The leader of the invaders smiled and interrupted the warrior. Now is not the time to deal with it. As he spoke, the trespasser leader waved his hand and fired a beam of energy at the dragon corpse. A moment later, the dragon corpse floated up and entered a small pouch in front of the trespasser leader. They knew that this kind of bag was called a storage bag and could store things. The patriarch had one, but the space of the storage bag was very limited. Not to mention dozens of giant dragons, it couldn't even store half a dragon. However, the bag in front of him had already stored more than 30 giant dragons, but it was still not full to the brim, and was still storing more. When all the dragon corpses were collected and the leader of the invaders turned around and smiled at them, they realized that their jaws had dropped. The second batch of dragons arrived. Another massacre took place. Under the shocked expressions of the warriors, the battle quickly ended again. "All right, it's time to go." The tomb keeper stepped forward and said, "If we don't go now, we'll be in trouble." Sure enough, as soon as they entered the light barrier, a large number of giant dragons appeared. There seemed to be no less than 300 of them. After they arrived, they began to dive down, but they did not find any traces of humans. They let out unwilling dragon roars and began to spit out dragon flames. In the blink of an eye, the place became a sea of fire. After a full hour, the giant dragons finally left. As for Zi Chen and the others, half an hour later, they set off for the tribe. Along the way, the warriors seemed very depressed. They no longer had the enthusiasm they had when they came. This time, they had completely widened their horizons. After returning to the tribe, in the square, Zi Chen opened the storage bag and poured out the dragon corpses inside. Seeing more than 100 giant dragon corpses, the people in the tribe were stunned. Some children poked their heads out and looked at the dragon corpses curiously. These children had already started to cultivate and eat dragon meat. They were not afraid of giant dragons. They were the true future of the Tombkeeper tribe. Seeing so many gains and that none of the people who went there were injured, some of the other warriors also came forward to ask curiously. But obviously, they were met with bad luck. No one told them what happened in that battle. It was too embarrassing. They couldn't say that they just went to watch the battle and learned a little, but in the end, they lost their composure. The tribe began to eat dragons, and the consumption was very high. Chen and the others went out more frequently. The previous few times, the tomb keeper had been sending people to watch and did not let them take action. Undoubtedly, every time the warriors returned, their faces were dark when they were asked curiously. But in the end, they still had to participate in the battle. In the first battle, all of them were wounded. 5 of them were seriously injured, and the rest were all lightly injured. This was because Chen and the others looked after them. On the 3rd day, everyone was going out to hunt again, but the warriors from before had not recovered from their injuries and could not continue to fight. The tomb keeper could only send another group. This time, 3 people in the team died in battle. 7th-tier warriors against giant dragons, unless they had the combat strength of Viper, they would definitely die. 8th-tier warriors had a much higher chance of survival, but there were less than 200 8th-tier warriors in the entire tribe. A very serious problem was placed in front of the tomb keeper. That was the wounded. Due to their severe injuries, there was a serious shortage of healing pellets, which greatly delayed the recovery time of the warriors. The cauldron spirit could refine pellets, but unfortunately, there was a shortage of materials. They had almost no contact with the outside world. In this small pocket world, there were not many resources left. These resources were simply not enough to sustain a prolonged battle. In addition to the shortage of pellets, the dragon weapons used by the tribe were constantly being worn down in battle. After all, not everyone had a weapon as unique as Chen's. This was a very serious problem. There was no need for Chen to mention it. Naturally, there would be others who would do so. What should we do? The tomb keeper, who had always been calm and composed, was now frowning. Clearly, he was at a loss. Chen was right beside him. At this moment, only the 2 of them could discuss this matter. After pondering for a moment, Chen said, "At this moment, there is only one solution." The tomb keeper raised his head and looked at Chen. "Go to the outside world and ask for help." There was a serious shortage of resources, and this pocket world could not provide them. It seemed that they could only go to the battlefield of despair to find a solution. After all, it was a complete world with a large population and abundant resources. It was far from what a small tribe could compare to. For example, although the dragon weapons were of high quality, due to the lack of forging skills, their quality was greatly reduced. In the entire tribe, there was only one old man who could forge weapons. His forging skills were definitely the best in the tribe. However, his skills were already very conservative and could not be compared to the efforts of generations of people in the battlefield of despair. Now, the Tombkeeper tribe was facing so many problems that even the wise Tombkeeper was at his wits' end. In this pocket world, the Tombkeeper, who had refined the dragon crystal, had not only stabilized his current realm, but had also broken through to the 2nd stage of the domain realm. However, for the time being, the difference between the 1st and 2nd stage of the domain realm was not that big. Chen had already come to a conclusion. At this moment, he said, "We don't have to ask for help. We just need to open up some resources." Open up resources? The Tombkeeper looked at Chen with a puzzled expression. Open up a passage to the Imperial Sky City and ask Old Man Schenker to provide a certain amount of resources. Although I don't know this old man very well, he seems to have a lot of connections. He can still get the resources that we are currently lacking. Chen said. This is what you call a deal. Count it as a kind of deal. However, this is on the premise that you agree. This is because I can't be sure if the coordinates of this pocket world will be exposed. The coordinates of this pocket world were considered the foundation of this pocket world. Once it was discovered, this pocket world would be completely destroyed. It was not that the Tombkeeper did not consider asking for help. He had considered it, but the first thing that came to his mind was trust. Whether the humans were trustworthy, or whether Old Man Schenker was trustworthy. After all, this was a pocket world that concerned the safety of all tribes and the dragon soul. There was no room for any carelessness. Looking at the Tombkeeper who was still hesitating, Chen said, "This is the only chance. Do you want to bet or not?" After a long silence, The tomb keeper said, bet. There were more and more dragons. Now that the tribes were facing extinction, they naturally had to fight for any chance they had. Then let's go back tomorrow. Tomorrow. The tomb keeper was surprised. Time is not a lot for us. The next day, Chen and the tomb keeper left alone. After drawing a teleportation array, the two of them were directly teleported to the outside of the Imperial Sky City. As for why they did not go to Schenker's restaurant, it was because there was a natural restriction in the city. Even the tomb keeper could not teleport there directly. You are not dead yet. The first thing Schenker said when he saw Chen was still as annoying as before. If you are not dead yet, how can I be dead? Chen smiled nonchalantly. Old man Schenker, who was calculating, raised his head. However, when he saw the two of them, he did not show the excitement that he should have. Instead, he asked, is there something you two need to do for you to come back? When the tomb keeper heard that, a rare awkwardness appeared on his face. Chen, on the other hand, said, there is indeed a rather troublesome matter. But before that, we have to consider the issue of trust. Old man Schenker glanced at Chen and then at the tomb keeper with a faint smile. Only then did he look at Chen and said, okay, tell me your request. Materials. We need materials, Chen said directly. Little guy, before that, you have to tell me what you can provide me. Knowing the rules, Chen did not argue. He directly took out the materials he had on him and said, these materials can be supplied indefinitely. Looking at the materials on the counter, old man Schenker was dumbfounded. P.S. There is no internet outside, so the updates are not accurate. Please forgive me. Chapter 1666. The materials placed in front of old man Schenker were all items from giant dragons. There were dragon scales, dragon bones, dragon blood, dragon tendons, and even dragon meat. They emitted a bright glow and attracted old man Schenker like gemstones. Looking at these materials, the old man clicked his tongue in wonder and kept praising them. After a long time, he finally stopped looking at them and said, these things are not bad. What do you want to exchange them for? Materials for refining medicine and weapons made from these things. Chen paused and said, this is only one aspect. I want to make a long-term deal with you. What do you mean? The old man looked at Chen in surprise and then at Mausoleum. Chen smiled and said, you should know what I mean. The old man did not agree immediately. He was thinking about the price he would have to pay for a long-term deal. After a full 15 minutes, he said, all right, but the exchange price will be doubled. The quality of our materials is very high. This deal is beneficial to you in the first place. Why should the price be so high? Chen was a little dissatisfied. Because he is an aboriginal and we are invaders. The aboriginals have always been hostile to the invaders. Moreover, I will have to bear a lot of pressure and risk when making a deal with the aboriginals. Double the price is already a favor. All right, deal. Chen nodded. In fact, he had wanted to agree just now. The old man walked out of the counter and closed the door of the shop. He looked back at the two of them and said, follow me. The old man led the two of them through many turns as if they were walking through a maze. In the end, he brought them into a spacious room deep in the shop. He pointed at the room and said, the teleportation formation is set up here. Don't worry, it's very safe here. Mausoleum nodded and then walked forward. He took out some materials from his storage bag and began to carve a permanent teleportation formation. Old man Schenker and Chen stepped out and walked side by side. Kid, do you know what you're doing? Old man Schenker's slightly stern voice rang out. Chen was a little confused. Discovering a new world and not reporting it is a crime. The old man's voice was still stern. Crime? Who will judge me? Chen said disdainfully. This matter happened in the Royal Heaven region. Naturally, the upper echelons of the Royal Heaven region will be the ones to handle this matter, old man Schenker said. Chen stared at the old man. He didn't mind at all. Old man, don't lie to me. Maybe there are people from the upper echelons but they can't control me. Tomb Keeper is my friend. Back then, the two of us had an agreement that he and his world couldn't be lost. Don't use the upper echelons to pressure me. I don't owe the royal heaven region anything. Colluding with the non-human kind, such a force, don't expect me to be bound by rules. The old man rolled his eyes and said, "You're still colluding with the natives." Zichen shook his head and said seriously, "That's not the same. I'm friends with Tombkeeper. If a friend is in trouble, I'll naturally help. As for the so-called higher-ups, don't push me too far. If we really fight to the death, it's not certain who will suffer." Old Man Schenker said in a deep voice, "Don't underestimate the battlefield of despair. The upper echelons here are not to be underestimated." Zichen said confidently, "In front of absolute power, all forces are like clay chickens and pottery dogs. I believe they were very clear about this when Long Fei was still around. Comparing yourself to Long Fei, you sure don't hold back," Old Man Schenker sneered. "This is called self-worth. In fact, I've done it, haven't I? As for whether I have Long Fei's achievements, I believe you should know very well." The two returned to the counter. Zichen took out the rest of the resources he had on him and began to exchange them with Old Man Schenker. This time, Zichen mainly wanted to exchange for some medicinal ingredients. As for medicinal pellets, Zichen didn't want any of them. This was because Cauldron Spirit's medicinal refinement techniques were much more profound than those people. Having existed for countless years, no one was more familiar with the characteristics and relationships between medicinal ingredients than Cauldron Spirit. Furthermore, the everlasting Dan Cauldron was a treasure for medicinal refinement. It was far from being comparable to ordinary medicinal cauldrons. After taking away all the ingredients, Old Man Schenker said, "Those ingredients will be gathered by tomorrow afternoon." It was at this moment that someone knocked on the door. Under normal circumstances, no one would come to a shop when it was closed. But at this moment, not only was someone knocking on the door, the knocking was very loud and hurried. Evidently, the person had determined that someone was in the shop. Old Man Schenker swept a glance at Zichen with an odd expression. Then, he walked out of the counter and opened the door of the shop. "Hey, old man, why are you closing the door in broad daylight?" Two people appeared outside the door. One of them, a man wearing armor, said, "Meng Qi, why are you here instead of undergoing closed-door training to make a breakthrough to ninth heaven?" Old Man Schenker said indifferently, "Do you think I want to come here? We received a report that you seem to have some kind of connection with the natives," Meng Qi said as he entered the shop. "Bullshit. Who's the one spouting such nonsense?" Old Man Schenker's face was filled with anger. "Old man, don't mind me. I'm just here to..." Meng Qi, who was about to say that he was just looking around, suddenly saw Zichen. A cold glint flashed across his eyes. He changed the topic and said, "You're Zichen. Who are you?" "I'm Meng Qi from the Royal Sky Alliance," Meng Qi said. "It seems that the person who made the report was right. The one who has connections with the natives should be you. What do you want?" Zichen looked at Meng Qi with a touch of coldness in his eyes. "We're all humans. I don't want to make things difficult for you. Hand over the natives and tell us the exact coordinates of the natives. Then, we'll let this matter go." Meng Qi's expression also became cold. "Who do you think you are? How dare you talk to me like that?" Zichen's eyes flashed with killing intent. "We're the Royal Sky Alliance, in charge of the 3 cities of the Royal Sky. I've heard of you and know that you're ranked first on the soldier ranking list. But that doesn't mean anything. No matter how talented you are, you can't be a match for an alliance. Tell me the coordinates. Maybe I'll be happy and reward you with something," Meng Qi said proudly. "Get lost." Zichen forcibly suppressed his killing intent. "What did you say?" Meng Qi glared at him. A powerful aura at the peak of 8th heaven surged around him. Beside him, the other late-stage 8th heaven expert was also staring at Zichen with hostility. "I said get lost. Otherwise, die." A materialized killing intent shot out from his eyes and was directed at Meng Qi. Meng Qi only felt a piercing pain in his eyes. He actually lost his mind in that instant. He clenched his teeth and allowed the taste of blood to spread in his mouth. He shouted, "Zichen, do you know what you're doing?" Boom. Surging energy surged in Schenker's little store, causing the entire store to tremble. Two trembling sounds came from the store and two figures flew out. The two figures who flew out were the two Eighth Heaven experts of the Royal Sky Alliance. Their faces were pale as they coughed out a mouthful of blood. "Get lost." At the same time, a loud shout came from the store. On the street, many cultivators saw this scene and couldn't help but show shock on their faces. Because the aura surging from the two was extremely terrifying. However, such existences were actually sent flying out. Then, wouldn't the existences in the store be even more terrifying? Fine. Zichen, you win. But just you wait. This isn't a joke. There will be more people from the Royal Sky Alliance coming. After leaving behind these vicious words, he left in a sorry state. In the Royal Sky City of the 7th layer, who didn't know of Zichen? Now that they heard Zichen's name, many people were curious. They really wanted to see the face of the number 1 on the soldier ranking. Looking at Zichen, who restrained his aura, Shenka said, "Little guy, you're in trouble." Zichen, who was surging with killing intent just a moment ago, smiled gently at the next moment and said, "It's not me. You're the one who's in trouble. Now, if they can't find me, they'll find you." Shenka shook his head and smiled bitterly. "Seems like my decision was too hasty. This is the price you should pay for double the amount of materials." It could be imagined that the Royal Sky Alliance would definitely make a series of moves. However, all of this had nothing to do with Zichen. It would take a few more days to build the transportation matrix. Zichen received all the materials on the afternoon of the second day. He then placed all the materials into the cauldron according to Cauldron Spirit's instructions and began to refine the elixir. During this time, the Royal Sky Alliance did not come looking for trouble. Tombkeeper was nearing the end of the transportation matrix. Because it was permanent, powerful energy waves were emitted during these few days. Even some of the 7th layer cultivators in the city could sense the energy waves. To the Soul Eater clan, the energy waves were even more obvious. It was like a lit lighthouse. During these few days, there were obviously more people in black robes outside the city. They looked at the huge Royal Sky City, their eyes flashing with greed. Obviously, they were very sensitive to the energy waves in space and knew what the energy waves in the city represented. "Little guy, you've brought me a lot of trouble. The Soul Eater clan is about to surround the city," Shenka said in dissatisfaction. "Then I'll go solve some problems." Zichen turned and walked out of the city. Walking out of the city, Zichen's body shone with golden light. His battle intent soared. Outside the city, a few wandering cultivators saw this scene and had a look of surprise on their faces. They did not understand why this 8th layer cultivator would come out with battle intent. Who was he challenging? However, because of their cultivation level, they did not dare to go forward and ask. Instead, they stayed far away for fear of getting into trouble. Some of the Soul Eater clan members in black robes outside the city knew that the golden figure's battle intent was directed at them. Each of them sneered. So what if he was merely an 8th layer cultivator? Humans would never be on the same level as them. Zichen was already 1,000 meters away. He was already in the attack zone. A 7th layer Soul Eater clan member curled his finger at Zichen provocatively. Zichen's body shone with golden light as he sped up. In an instant, he was in front of the Soul Eater clan member. His speed was as fast as lightning. A look of surprise flashed across the Soul Eater clan member's face. It seemed that this was the first time he had seen a human with such speed. Swoosh! A dazzling golden light swept towards the black-robed clan member, reflecting his surprised and disdainful expression. Human attacks were basically ineffective against him. But in the next moment, his expression changed drastically. He exclaimed, "Pureblood curse." Chapter 1667. The golden light swept past, and the soul-devouring clan member's body exploded. There was no rain of blood, nor was there a corpse that exploded. There were only pieces of soul fragments that emitted a lustrous green light. Zichen waved his sleeves and collected the soul fragments. His cold eyes fell on the second black-robed man. The other party's disdainful expression was completely frozen. There was obvious shock on his face. He had killed a member of the soul-devouring clan in one move, but he did not understand what was going on. However, he could clearly sense the pureblood curse on Zi Chen. This meant that he had killed a member of the soul-devouring clan who had awakened a pureblood bloodline. Just as he was thinking, he saw the golden figure's gaze fall on him. He immediately had a bad feeling. At this moment, the other party moved. His whole body was shining with golden light as he rushed toward him at lightning speed. Ha! Facing Zi Chen, who was extremely fast, the soul-devouring clan member could not dodge at all. He could only let out a loud cry. His body, which was wrapped in a black robe, began to shine with endless green light. This was a type of defense, mainly against the soul. Usually, it was only used in battles between members of the same race. Now that he was facing a human, it was extremely rare for him to use this defense before even fighting. A dazzling golden light appeared in the line of sight of the soul-devouring clan member, who was defending with all his might. In an instant, a strong sense of danger struck. Although he did not believe that a human could kill him, the soul-devouring clan member still chose to believe in his intuition. Not only was he defending, but he was also retreating quickly. Although these two actions would be mocked by others of the same race, at this moment, the vigilance in his heart did not allow him to hesitate for a moment. His reaction was fast, and every reaction was accurate and timely. However, he still could not compare to the speed of Zi Chen's attack. At the same level, Zi Chen was known to be invincible. The golden light of the blade swept toward the soul-devouring clan member, instantly breaking through his defense. The next moment, his body exploded into pure soul fragments. After collecting the soul fragments, Zi Chen's gaze moved again. In the previous two attacks, he had killed a level 7 and an level 8. They were all one-hit kills, showing off his super strong combat strength. As his gaze moved, the other members of the soul-devouring clan met Zi Chen's eyes. Their hearts trembled. Some of them had already started to feel fear in their hearts and were quietly retreating. However, there were still some that were filled with provocation. However, these people had undoubtedly provided Zi Chen with soul fragments. Looking at the fiendish existence and feeling the pure-blooded curse on his body, the soul-devouring clan finally became timid and began to retreat. Buzz. At this moment, the void trembled as a dense spatial energy spread out. The soul-devouring clan that had retreated earlier stopped again and turned around to look at the city. The spatial fluctuations were intense. It was obvious that it led to a new world. It was extremely tempting to the soul-devouring clan. If they were in the city right now, they would definitely be able to find the final destination if they carefully sensed this spatial fluctuation. However, this was obviously impossible. When they met Zi Chen's cold gaze, they recalled everything that had happened. Although they were unwilling, they had no choice but to retreat. In the blink of an eye, all the members of the soul-devouring clan left. The spatial fluctuations gradually dissipated, and Zi Chen returned with the 5 fragments. Walking towards the city, everyone, including the guards, looked at Zi Chen in awe. Entering the city, all eyes were on Zi Chen. These gazes were filled with awe and admiration. Among them, there were some who had fought alongside Zi Chen. However, at this moment, they did not even have the courage to go up and greet him. Zi Chen arrived at Schenker's store. These 5 soul fragments could greatly increase the size of the space bag. Walking into the store, Tombkeeper was already waiting there. Seeing Zi Chen come in, Tombkeeper smiled gratefully. "Everything is ready?" Zi Chen asked. Tombkeeper replied. "Then let's go." While speaking, Zi Chen looked at Old Man Schenker and said, "Old man, the rest of the trouble is up to you." Schenker waved his hand impatiently and said, "All right, let's go." The two stepped into the teleportation formation and returned to the clan. When they reappeared, the two were already under the bell of heaven and earth. "I can fix the coordinates here. If there are any changes, I can also detect them in advance, just in case," Tombkeeper said. Zi Chen nodded and did not say anything. He took out the storage pouch and handed it to Tombkeeper. "These are the medicinal pills this time. I left a portion for the others. Take these and distribute them." Tombkeeper had just taken the storage pouch when the two of them simultaneously felt a powerful energy fluctuation, accompanied by a loud shout, "You're courting death." It was Mansha's voice, which was filled with obvious anger. What's going on? Tombkeeper's expression changed slightly, while Zichen's figure flashed and disappeared on the spot. In an open area, Mansha transformed into a steel giant with a violent aura surging around his body. All around, the people of the clan looked at Mansha in shock. Dozens of meters away, an ascetic fell to the ground and could not get up. An ascetic had the strength of 9th tier. Behind Mansha, the expressions of Shuntian and the others were also very ugly. What's going on? Zichen's figure flashed and arrived at the scene. It's an ascetic. He said that we're invaders who killed his family. He came to provoke us, Mansha said coldly. Zichen turned to look at the ascetic. He was a middle-aged man with one hand on his chest. He was lying on the ground and could not get up for a moment. It was obvious that he was in great pain. Wang He, it's you. Tombkeeper was the last to arrive. He recognized the middle-aged man at a glance. What's going on? Tombkeeper asked. Someone said that they killed my father, the 9th tier ascetic, Wang He said painfully. Nonsense. Tombkeeper's expression was very ugly. He turned to the warriors and said indifferently, everyone saw the departure of the elders. Today, someone dared to provoke us. What's his intention? The warriors lowered their heads and did not speak. Who said that? Hurry up and come out. Tombkeeper said coldly, looking very angry. Forget it. This will not happen again. Zichen waved his hand and turned to walk into the room. The tyrannical aura around Mansha dissipated. He followed Zichen and left. I'll say it again. Who said that? Come out. At this critical moment, we can't tolerate such provocation. Tombkeeper's voice was still echoing. Under the authority of the chief, Tombkeeper soon learned the truth. He could not help but smile bitterly. He turned to Wang He and said, aren't you messing around? Wang He scratched his head and said embarrassedly, I just wanted to have a fight with them, so I spoke without thinking. Who knew that there would be such serious consequences? But you can't blame me for this, it's all because of them. They kept saying how strong and powerful these people were, that they could wipe out our entire tribe by themselves. I wasn't convinced, so I wanted to give it a try. Tombkeeper said unhappily, but what happened in the end? I lost in one move. It's my bad luck that I met a guy who could transform. He's too strong. Hearing Wang He's unrepentant tone, Tombkeeper almost laughed. This has nothing to do with luck. Even those 3 women could defeat you in one move. How is that possible? Wang He's eyes widened in disbelief. All right, I can't be bothered to talk nonsense with you. Come with me to find Zichen and explain this matter to me. The matter of the 8 elders has nothing to do with Zichen and the others. This is your fault. All right, go ahead. I just wanted to fight. Who knew that this would happen? Tombkeeper was so angry that he laughed. How can you find an excuse to fight with someone who killed your father? Tombkeeper brought Wang He to apologize. It turned out that he was Uncle Wang's son. After hearing the real reason, even Zichen smiled bitterly. It seemed that this middle-aged man called Wang He was quite smart, but how could he do such a brainless thing? For a moment, everyone subconsciously looked at Mansha. It was not that serious, but Mansha did not ask any questions. He rushed up without saying anything, which directly led to the escalation of the conflict. Why are you all looking at me? Mansha was somewhat dissatisfied. Everyone's gaze clearly showed that he was the same kind of person as Wang He, but he had a brain. This was a misunderstanding. It would be fine if it was resolved. After Tombkeeper distributed the medicinal pills, the injuries of the injured warriors improved significantly. 3 days later, everyone went out to hunt dragons again. This time, there was one more Wang He in the team. The warriors who followed Wang He were full of confidence when they went out, but when they returned, all of them were not in good spirits. As for Wang He, he was completely convinced. What he had said that day when he was guarding the tomb, that even those 3 women could take him down in one move. This sentence was really true. The combat strength of the group of 12 was simply unimaginable. Because the commotion caused by the spatial fluctuations that day was too great, almost everyone could sense what had happened. Old man Schenker finally attracted trouble for himself. The people who came were still from the Imperial Sky Alliance. However, this time, they were not of the 8th heaven, but the 9th heaven. Shenka, you should be very clear about our rules. Hand over the teleportation array and the coordinates, and we'll let this matter go, a 9th heaven expert said. Old man Shenka was still calculating. He didn't even raise his head as he said, "Our rules? Since when did the Imperial Sky region have our rules? You don't have to argue with me here. You should know that this is the will of the higher-ups. I think, as a former member of the higher-ups of the Imperial Sky Alliance, you should know very well what I'm talking about." Shenka raised his head and looked at the 9th heaven expert indifferently. He said, "Of course I know what you're talking about. However, I've already left the Imperial Sky Alliance. As for your so-called rules, it's better for others to hear." The 9th heaven expert said coldly, "You're preparing to openly rebel against the Imperial Sky Alliance. The current Imperial Sky Alliance is already in a mess. Some damned people actually colluded with the foreign races. What right does a broken place like this have to make people submit and revere them?" Looking at Ju Chong's increasingly ugly expression, Shenka said bluntly, "Scram. You don't have the right to talk to me. If you have the ability, get Marquis Shu here. Even if he wasn't the one behind this, I think is also involved. Is the Alliance humiliating me by sending someone like you, or do they think you have the right to stand here and talk to me?" Ju Chong's eyes were filled with killing intent. Chapter 1668. Restrictions appeared on the walls, floor, night lamps, and counters as Shenka waved his sleeves. These restrictions glowed, causing ripples to appear in the space around them. In the end, the ripples turned into a surge of spatial energy. Bang! Faced with this spatial pressure, the level 9 powerhouse was directly blasted away, looking very wretched. "Idiot, how dare you come to my place and behave atrociously? Didn't Shu Hu tell you that even he has to be polite when he comes to my store?" Shenka's mocking voice rang out from the store. "All right, old man, just you wait." Even though the 9th level expert was unwilling, he didn't dare to enter the store after seeing the restrictions just now and could only leave. After Ju Chong left, old man Shenka's expression didn't relax much. Instead, it was very serious. After a while, he sighed and said, "I didn't expect that after Long Fei left, the Alliance would become more and more shameless and have no bottom line." When Shu Hu heard Ju Chong's report, he sneered and said, "This old man really thinks of himself as one of the upper echelons of the Alliance. Forget it, that store does have some tricks up its sleeves. I don't dare to enter rashly. This matter can wait for now. If the upper echelons don't say anything, we can't do anything to that old man. After all, he has contributed a lot to the Imperial Sky Alliance." Ju Chong nodded and retreated. Shu Hu snorted coldly. At the same time, the Wang family's current patriarch, Wang Yuanshan, entered the battlefield of despair with absolute strength. Although the price was almost unimaginably high, successfully entering the battlefield of despair was a proof of one's foundation and power. There were 7 prefectures in the Imperial Sky region and countless families within them. How many powerful families were qualified to enter the battlefield of despair? If old man Shenka knew this, he would probably understand why the powerful Shu Hu was reduced to a lackey. When Wang Yuanshan appeared, Shu Hu stood respectfully at the side. The two looked at each other and nodded. "This time, even if we have to pay a high price, my Wang family will enter this place." Wang Yuanshan appeared to be very confident. Shu Hu bowed and said, "Everything is ready. Lord, we're just waiting for the east. What happened last time? Why did we mess it up?" Wang Yuanshan asked. "What happened?" Shu Hu was puzzled. "Imperial Sky City." Wang Yuanshan's face was filled with anger. Shu Hu shook his head and said, "We didn't participate in that matter, and we can't participate directly." After that, Shu Hu explained what had happened. "Damned Meng Shi, he actually dared to lie to us." Wang Yuanshan was truly enraged. Clearly, those materials back then were all equivalent to feeding a wolf. Furthermore, it was an ingrate. After taking so many resources from the Wang family, Meng Shi did not do a single thing for the Wang family. Instead, he helped those small fries in Hupping City. In this way, What should have been 100% contribution was forcefully cut off by 40%. Otherwise, Wang Yuanshan would not have come personally this time. That damned Meng Shi, that damned old bastard Shink. Wang Yuanshan was furious. The Wang family had suffered great losses because of this. On the same day, Wang Yuanshan personally went to the alliance for a meeting. In the meeting room, there was a group of old men in charge. Looking at the cultivator from 10,000 years ago, who was now a deputy region master, everyone was filled with emotions. However, sentimental feelings and nostalgia had nothing to do with the following discussion. The group of old fellows still put forward their own requests, and even added some additional ones. Amidst Wang Yuanshan's constant curses and twitching eyes, the meeting ended successfully. The group of old fellows nodded in satisfaction. They had gotten what they wanted. The Wang family that Wang Yuanshan belonged to had also obtained the recognition of the battlefield of despair during this meeting. After that, the Wang family would be able to open up a channel that belonged to them. Of course, it was not a two-way channel, but a single-channel. Once the cultivators of the Wang family were qualified to enter the battlefield of despair, they would be able to smoothly enter the city through their own channel. This was a privilege, and in the entire Imperial Sky region, there were only a mere 4 families that had this privilege. Now, including the Wang family, there were only 5. Other than this privilege, the Wang family could also trade with the entire Imperial Sky region. Of course, the items they traded were the most unique and top-notch items that could be used in both worlds. Wang Yuanshan left with a trace of anger. This time, the situation that he had carefully set up with the help of some coincidences did not achieve the desired effect. As long as we successfully obtain the Star Illusion Dragon Spike, all the losses will be worth it. Shu Hu nodded and said, then, this time. Suppress Old Man Shenka in all aspects. We must obtain the coordinates of that world. We must obtain the Star Illusion Dragon Spike. The resources of those giant dragons are also a considerable amount of wealth. We must obtain them. Oh right, we can ask the Soul Devourer clan for help. Shu Hu said, they are a bunch of people who eat without spitting out the bones. Once we find the real coordinates, they won't be able to do anything. Wang Yuanshan smiled coldly. This world exerts a tremendous suppressive effect on me at all times. As time goes on, it will greatly affect my cultivation. I'll leave everything here to you. Don't worry, my lord. I will arrange it right away. Old Man Shenka had been under a lot of pressure recently. He did not expect that those shameless fellows would be so persistent. They began to exert pressure on him from all aspects. As a result, the connections he had accumulated over the years in this world were getting fewer and fewer. Those connections were either instigated by benefits or raised the price in front of Shenka. Although it was all for benefits, no one made things difficult for him. Even Shu Hu, who had been here for 1,000 years, did not dare to act rashly, let alone others. Sensing the fluctuation of the teleportation formation, Shenka knew that Zi Chen had come again. Sure enough, Zi Chen and Mu Shou arrived at the shop in less than a moment. This time, Old Man Shenka was not joking. Moreover, Zi Chen found that the old man was much more haggard. Old man, what's wrong with you? It was strange to see the old man's signature greeting. At this moment, seeing the haggard old man, Zi Chen could not help but ask. Nothing serious. I have some small matters to discuss with you. There was some helplessness in the old man's words. What is it? Zi Chen asked. Twice the price won't do. 2.5 times, the old man said. Okay, no problem. Old Man Shenka was somewhat startled and puzzled by Zi Chen's straightforward answer. So straightforward. Zi Chen said, of course not. You have to tell me the reason, the real reason. Beside him, Mu Shou remained silent. However, he did not object to Zi Chen's decision. 3 families are pressuring me. I don't think I can stop this pressure alone, Old Man Shenka said, smiling bitterly. 3 families? Families? Isn't it the Imperial Sky Alliance? Zi Chen asked, puzzled. To put it bluntly, the Imperial Sky Alliance is actually controlled by 4 families. 4 families? How is this possible? How can they control the battlefield of despair? Of course, It's not the battlefield of despair. They control the 3 cities of the Imperial Sky Alliance. Among them are the Wei, Bai, Su, and Zhao families. Right, there's a new family recently. You should know about it. It's the Wang family. Wang family. Zi Chen was surprised. In other words, 5 families are pressuring you. To be precise, 3 families, Wei, Zhao, and Wang. As for the Bai and Su families, they propose a win-win situation. Zi Chen smiled coldly, then it's a threat. All right, I'll remember these 5 families. Since they want benefits, we'll just give it to them. Don't underestimate this matter. Although 2 families are working with us, they won't care about the other 3 families. These benefits can only ensure that they won't attack us. They won't help us. Zi Chen smiled again. I understand. It's not a threat, it's a robbery. Maybe they don't have any powerful existences, but the number of experts in their families is huge. Oh right, by the way, Shu Hu has already sided with the Wang family. You have to be careful. He might do something to you. Being targeted by an existence on the ranking list, no one would feel comfortable. Zi Chen's current mood was not good. However, he was not afraid. Although Shu Hu was powerful, he might not be able to kill him who had the extreme speed movement technique. There would definitely be a battle between him and Shu Hu, but now was not the time. After pondering for a moment, Zi Chen said, I'll keep an eye on this matter. All right, hurry up and make the deal. Leave after the deal is done. I heard that Shu Hu has contacted the Soul Eater clan for that small world, so you'd better come less often. Hearing the words Soul Eater clan, Mu Shou was obviously nervous. After the deal was done, Zi Chen took the resources and left. Along the way, Mu Shou was silent. Zi Chen said, You're worried. The Soul Eater clan is terrifying. If they want to find a place, with their understanding of space, they will definitely find it, Mu Shou said in a deep voice. The tribe has restrictions. Even if they find you, they might not be able to do anything to you, Zi Chen said. But they will attack the dragon's tomb. They might even take away the dragon source. This was what Mu Shou was most worried about. There are tens of thousands of dragons. No one can do anything to the dragon's tomb in a short time. We can take this opportunity to improve our strength quickly. Fortunately, we have plenty of time. A year in the outside world is 80 years here. I think, no matter how powerful they are, it will take them 1 or 2 years to find this world. By then, more than 100 years will have passed. No one can guarantee what will happen. More than 100 years might not be of much use to others. But for Zi Chen and the others, there might be a miracle. After returning to the tribe, Mu Shou, who felt the pressure, issued an order for the tribe warriors to speed up the refinement of the dragon crystal. Usually, he would hunt dragons once every few days. Now, he came out once a day. Zi Chen and the other 12 people were also divided into 4 groups. Every day, 3 people would lead the group. Everyone's strength was improving, and Mu Shou was also recovering quickly. Back then, Mu Shou's realm was at the 9th level. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, 10 years had passed. Zi Chen and the others had been hunting dragons for 10 years. During these 10 years, Zi Chen had made many deals with Old Man Shenke. Now, in the tribe, everyone had a high-quality dragon weapon. But the biggest change was the Dragon Soul Spear. Roar. Chapter 1669. Roar. A loud dragon's roar resounded as a thunder dragon covered in lightning circled above the tribe. Dragons might spread. Compared to the previous body of the spear, the current dragon spear preferred the dragon's body. Although they knew it was just a weapon's transformation, every time the tribe members saw it, they could not suppress their shock. The thunder dragon in the sky was almost exactly the same as the dragon god recorded in legends. In the past 10 years, the Dragon Soul Spear had been constantly devouring giant dragons. All the giant dragons that it had devoured would eventually turn into nothingness. Its self-awareness had become stronger and stronger. In battle, it almost didn't need Zi Chen's help. It could deal with giant dragons alone. Zi Chen and Mu Shou had some guesses about the Dragon Soul's transformation. Perhaps the Dragon Soul could really transform into a dragon after continuous devouring. Unfortunately, The dragon soul itself was not sure about this. It was just devouring instinctively. In the short 10 years, Chen and the others had been constantly refining dragon crystals, dragon flesh, and blood essence. Their strength had also improved significantly. With the massive supply of resources, almost everyone had reached the peak of early stage level 8. They were only one step away from breaking through. 10 years in this world was only 1.5 months in the battlefield of despair. In just 1.5 months, both sides had traded 10 times. The old man kept reminding Chen that the frequency of trading was too fast and would attract attention. However, Chen could only smile helplessly. 10 years had passed in his world, so it was only once a year. Even if Chen had a space bag, this was the limit of the trading house's delay. Another year passed. Man Shi and the others had broken through one after another, reaching mid-stage level 8. Every time they broke through, their combat strength would increase greatly. It's been 5 days. Why hasn't Chen broken through yet? Everyone who had broken through gathered together. During this time, they had been preparing for the breakthrough and did not go out. However, everyone had broken through one after another. Even following Heaven's path and fortune-telling had broken through, but Chen still had not broken through. The Thunder Dragon was still soaring above the tribe, occasionally letting out a cheerful roar. Suddenly, the power of rule power surged outside Chen's residence, causing the space to tremble. Waves of powerful aura spread out. He broke through. Everyone's eyes lit up as they looked towards Chen's residence. The surging spatial energy spread out to 1,000 meters away, following which a massive suction force spread out. Within a radius of 1,000 meters, the surging spiritual chi of heaven and earth was instantly sucked dry. At the same time, in Chen's residence, a surge of energy began to surge, and one dragon crystal after another exploded. In addition to the dragon crystal, there were also many spirit crystals, but they also exploded, turning into a surge of energy that entered Chen's body. Chen's breakthrough was not small at all, and it directly attracted the attention of the warriors in the tribe. In the past 10 years, including Wang He, a total of 5 ascetics had returned. In the past 10 years, the tribe had gained another 10 ascetics. It could be said that there was an increase of 1 every year. Of course, this was all thanks to the benefits he had gained from the giant dragon. 1.5 months was not enough for the soul-devouring clan to find the small world guarding the tomb. However, Chen's large volume of transactions still made old man Shenke feel that it was troublesome, very troublesome. Shenke, you should be able to see the value of that small world and how important it is. You know very well that such a thing can greatly improve the combat strength of our human side. This is our chance to rise. Don't you think it's too selfish to take all the resources alone? An old man came to Shenke's restaurant. The two did not exchange greetings and went straight to the point. Shenke raised his eyelids and glanced at the senior leader of the alliance. He said disdainfully, "If you are willing to think for the sake of humanity, then I believe that dogs can change their habit of eating shit." The old man said angrily, "What do you mean, Shenke?" Shenke said disdainfully, "Old man Wei, don't act in front of me. I have seen through you thousands of years ago." The old man said, "Since you are not willing to cooperate, then forget it. But I have to remind you that the soul-devouring clan is fully mobilized." Shenke sneered and said, "That's not something I should worry about. As for whether we can keep that small world or not, I don't care at all. Anyway, I can't make any profit from the current deal. For a little guy who entered the soldier list of desperate zones by trickery, you have offended so many forces and even given up your own interests. Do you think it's worth it?" The old man looked at Shenke and asked. This question made Shenke fall into deep thought, which was rare. In the eyes of outsiders, Chen entering the first place of the soldier list was just a fluke. It did not cause as big a sensation as when Longfei became the first place. Many people still looked down on Chen, thinking that he had just used a trick and encountered a good opportunity. After all, the number of times that the alien race had attacked a city in history was very limited, and Chen happened to encounter it. Shenke was silent. The old man of the Wei family was not in a hurry. He sat there calmly. After a while, Shenke raised his head, looked into the old man's eyes and said, I can't answer this question now, but maybe after some time, I will know whether it's worth it or not. The old man stood up and said, in that case, you still insist. Hehe, then I hope that your persistence is worth it. Otherwise, you won't have anything left. Without so many connections, perhaps no one will protect you anymore. Schenker said confidently, as long as I am in Schenker's store, no one can do anything to me. The old man sneered and turned to leave. The old man of the Wei family had always represented the radical forces, and at the same time, he represented the Wang family and the Zhao family. As soon as the old man left, another person came into the store. It was an old man from the Bai family, who was also a high-level member of the alliance. According to Schenker's current status, when he saw the old man of the Bai family, he should greet him personally. However, Schenker still stood at the counter and did not even lift his eyelids. Schenker, how have you been? The old man of the Bai family said with a smile. Schenker raised his head and glanced at the old man. There was a trace of gloominess between his eyebrows. He said indifferently, "What's the matter?" The old man of the Bai family laughed and said, "Nothing serious. I just want to tell you some small things. Recently, the three families have been oppressing us very hard, causing a serious shortage of resources. In addition, it is much more difficult to obtain all kinds of resources, so," Schenker said indifferently, "just tell me your intention." After all, the old man slowly stretched out 2 fingers and said, "The price of resources has increased too much. We need 4 times the profit to exchange." Schenker laughed when he heard that, but there was no smile on his face. Instead, he was full of anger. 4 times the profit, what a good calculation. Schenker, you can't say that. Although we didn't help them directly, we did stop them indirectly, didn't we? Schenker waved his hand and said, "Okay, I will tell Chen the next time he comes." The old man of the Bai family still wanted to say something, but Schenker said indifferently, "I won't see you out." In 1.5 months, 10 transactions, the price had increased 3 times. This time, the price was even more exorbitant. Even with Schenker's composure, he was still angry at the moment. The 5 direction clans had really gone too far. The next day, there was a fluctuation of transmission. Chen and the Tombkeeper came for the 11th time. Schenker was now under great pressure and was no longer in the mood to joke. He said directly, "This time, they want 4 times the resources." The Tombkeeper's expression changed slightly, thinking that the 2 forces were indeed greedy. Chen said directly, "Here you go." Chen agreed without hesitation, not because he was rich, but because he had no other choice. Schenker could see that. Suddenly, Schenker exclaimed, "You broke through. I was just lucky." Chen smiled faintly and started another transaction. After the transaction, Chen said, "Next time, I will give them 5 times the resources, but I want them to do something for me." Schenker looked at Chen, waiting for him to continue. "Stop the 3 forces for 5 years. That is to say, don't let them find us for 5 years. 5 years. That's not a long time. I will try to persuade them." Schenker nodded. On the way back, the Tombkeeper asked, "Do you think they can stop us for 5 years? They are greedy by nature." "Of course not." Chen sneered. "Then why did you put forward this condition?" The Tombkeeper was puzzled. 5 years is impossible, but there may be a chance in 1 or 2 years. For them, the dragons are all resources, but they don't know the number of dragons. Even if they only put in a little effort to stop the other 3 forces for a while, it will be of great help to us. The truth was just as Chen expected. When Chen went to the next transaction, Old Man Schenker conveyed the other 2 forces' intentions. They wanted 6 times the resources, but only for a year. They are really greedy. The Tombkeeper couldn't help but murmur. At least 1.5 years, or the transaction will be cancelled. During this time, we have accumulated a lot of resources anyway. If we use them sparingly, I believe they can last for a few years. Chen smiled faintly and said casually, "Still 4 times the benefits." After the transaction was over, Chen left. Old Man Schenker smiled and conveyed Chen's message clearly. At the same time, he was looking forward to what Chen could do in a year and a half. Would they continue to compromise or fight back? On the battlefield, the thunder dragon rushed toward a dragon. After the latter felt the dragon's might, there was obvious fear in its eyes. Its body trembled in mid-air, allowing the dragon's soul to forcibly enter its body. Bang! A moment later, the dragon's soul rushed out. The dragon's body shattered and turned into nothingness. Now the thunder dragon didn't need Zi Chen to control it. It could kill the dragons on its own. The dragon's might it released had a great deterrent effect on the dragons. Time passed, and the Soul Devourer clan was still looking for the coordinates of the small world. However, no one knew if the two forces used some of their resources, but the bloodline awakeners of the Soul Devourer clan never appeared. The search was in a deadlock, and a year passed quickly. In the world where Zi Chen and the others were in, it had been 80 years. Even if it was 6 times the benefits, Zi Chen's exchange rate was still very fast. All the forces saw the value of the small world, so they increased their search efforts. The Bai clan and the Su clan, on one hand, needed to raise the price again, while on the other hand, they secretly cooperated with the other 3 forces. Finally, the bloodline awakeners of the Soul Devourer clan appeared. They had a deeper understanding of space and stronger combat power. Chapter 1670. They actually spent more than a year looking for a pure blood curse. What a bunch of trash. A human-looking Soul Devourer clan member sat at the head of the hall, his face full of mockery. Beside him stood 13 Soul Devourer clan members, all of whom were at the 9th level. However, even though they were at the 9th level, they still lowered their arrogant heads in front of a peak 8th level Soul Devourer clan member. This was because the other party had awakened his bloodline and was a true pure-blooded existence in the Soul Devourer clan. Retracting his disdainful gaze, Kisi said indifferently, "Tell me more about that human." "His name is Zi Chen, and is currently at the 8th level. I don't know the exact details, but when he was at the 7th level, he made a great contribution to the human race. The pure blood curse should have happened in the small world rewarded by the humans. That world used to be inhabited by the Tomb Guardian clan, but they were destroyed long ago." "Oh, right, he's also the number 1 on the soldier rankings." Kisi, who was originally listening quietly, raised his eyebrows when he heard the number 1 on the soldier rankings. Number 1 on the soldier rankings. It said that the rankings haven't changed for 10,000 years. The number 1 on the 3 rankings has always been occupied by Long Fei. Speaking of Long Fei, his eyes were filled with respect and fear. The true number 1 in the Imperial Sky region, Long Fei's name was revered by almost all races. Hearing this, the 9 levels laughed disdainfully and said, his number 1 position was only obtained by luck. When the Dax tribe attacked the city, there were many of them. He only picked up one of them. Kisi shook his head and said, "Don't underestimate any opponent. Do you think Long Fei, who has occupied the number 1 position for 10,000 years, can be pushed down by luck? Even if it's really a fluke, it's still a kind of strength." This sentence was very true, but the 9 levels didn't care. Why? They, who had the ability to devour souls, weren't comparable to those humans. Only an existence like Long Fei could make them feel apprehensive or even fearful. However, in the past 10,000 years, the Imperial Sky region had only produced one Long Fei. Although they felt disdain and didn't care, they still had to show due respect in front of Kisi. "What's the attitude of the humans?" Kisi asked slowly. "The humans mean that the natives of that small world will be ours after we find it. As for the resources there, we need to negotiate with them." "HMPH, negotiate with them?" "That will depend on the resources." After agreeing to form an alliance with the humans, coupled with the constant urging from the humans, Kusai led the group of soul-devouring clan members to the Imperial Sky City. A moment later, a muscular man walked out. A tyrannical aura surged around the burly man, and it seemed that he could not be underestimated. "Everything has been arranged." Keith sized up the brawny man. "Sir has already arranged everything. Come with me." The muscular man nodded. As he spoke, the burly man turned around and walked into the city. His murderous aura surged once again. It could be seen that he was also a decisive person. "What's your name?" Keith asked. "Wharton." The muscular man said. "Wharton, 2nd on the soldier ranking." A surprised voice came from the side. It's just a false reputation. Wharton smiled faintly. As they spoke, the group entered the city. The guards on both sides of the city gate acted as if they did not see them. Just like that, the group swaggered into the Imperial Sky City. There was a shop in the city that was less than 100 meters away from Schenker's restaurant. The group of people directly entered the restaurant. There was not a single person in the shop. This was the accommodation that Wharton prepared for the soul-devouring clan members. The group had just sat down when a faint smile appeared on Keith's face. It seems that our luck is not bad. The one with the pureblood curse is already here. When the 13 members of the soul-devouring clan heard this, they were shocked. They did not sense anything unusual. That person is Zi Chen, Wharton said. Both of you are on the soldier ranking, and your rankings are so close. Do you know anything about him? Keith no longer paid attention to the aura he sensed and looked at Wharton. A little. Oh. Tell me about his battle strength. Wharton pondered for a moment and said, his battle strength is not bad. He is definitely not as lucky as what the outside world said. Keith nodded and did not say anything else. The other 9 did not care. After a moment, Keith said, he is gone. It seems that the transaction has ended again. You might be able to sense his exact location. Wharton asked. Keith shook his head and said, the fluctuation is not strong. I can't sense it for now. However, I should be able to sense it a few more times. After returning to the Bell of Heaven and Earth, Zi Chen said to Mu Shou, you don't need to do anything else. Just carefully sense the spatial fluctuations of this world. What? Mu Shou looked at Zi Chen. What should come will come soon. Zi Chen smiled coldly. His eyes flashed with cold killing intent. Good. My realm has been completely restored. I can now use the Bell of Heaven and Earth. I dare not say that I can control space, but I can sense the fluctuations without any problem. Mu Shou nodded. He seemed very confident. Just like 100 years ago, everything was still the same except for Mu Shou. After refining the dragon crystal continuously for more than 100 years, the strength of the entire clan had increased many times. The battle strength of Zi Chen and the others had also increased greatly. However, the Thunder Dragon Spear had changed the most and improved the most. Every time he devoured a giant dragon, the essence of the giant dragon would be replenished in his body. As he continued to devour, he gradually left the spear and began to transform into a real dragon. As he continued to transform, the perception of the dragon soul also became more and more sensitive. According to him, there should be a powerful existence among the giant dragons that even he was very wary of. Therefore, every time the dragon soul went out, Zi Chen would follow, just in case. He had been killing giant dragons for more than 100 years. During this period, he had killed countless giant dragons. However, at a glance, there was still a black mass of giant dragons in the world. It seemed that their numbers had not decreased. The soul-devouring clan and the human army could arrive at any time. What would follow would be a real fierce battle. Zi Chen hoped that the dragon soul could completely transform. In the past few days, he went out almost every day. The dragon soul would devour more than 100 giant dragons every day. Roar! A loud dragon roar resounded between heaven and earth. The dragon soul released a dragon's might. Under this dragon's might, more than a dozen giant dragons were so scared that they could not move. Feeling the pressure of a superior being, their battle strength was instantly reduced by 90%. The remaining 10% did not dare to move because of their bloodline. Those who tried to struggle and resist would be the first to be devoured by the Thunder Dragon. Just like that, the dragon soul devoured nearly 100 giant dragons in a row. The sky was close to dusk. Just as Zi Chen decided to return, he suddenly heard an angry dragon roar from the direction of the dragon tomb. This dragon's roar was very powerful. It shook the sky. The thick clouds in the sky that were squeezed by the giant dragon's wings also collapsed in an instant. In the sky, the other giant dragons scattered in fear. Even the giant dragons that were intimidated by the Thunder Dragon were awakened by this dragon's roar. They fled in fear. A big guy is coming. Man Shi flew to Zi Chen's side and stood side by side with Zi Chen. It should be. Looks like there's going to be a big battle. Zi-Chen's fighting spirit rose. A shadow appeared in the sky. A big guy appeared. The big guy came from afar. It was like a large black cloud. The power of space in the sky was constantly distorted. A fierce dragon's might swept over. Good lord. It's really a big guy. Mansha could not help but click his tongue. It was a giant dragon, but it was already more than 100 meters long. The scales all over its body were shining with a black luster. A pair of huge dragon eyes stared at the dragon soul in the sky. In the dragon's eyes, there was fear, seriousness, and greed. The giant black dragon did not care about the humans below. It only cared about the thunder dragon. Swoosh! The giant black dragon opened its mouth and spat out a large amount of dragon flames. In the blink of an eye, the sky was filled with a sea of fire. The scorching heat caused the space to distort and spread continuously. The tribal warriors' expressions changed. They all retreated into the distance. Feeling the temperature of the sea of fire, even Zi-Chen frowned slightly. Roar! A loud dragon's roar resounded. The thunder dragon's body flashed with lightning as it charged directly into the sea of fire. The sea of fire rolled like a monstrous wave. And in the sea of fire, there were dragon roars and dragon roars. The power of space was constantly distorting. Balls of dragon flames fell one after another. Soon, the ground was turned into a sea of fire. Let's just watch the show here. Mansha's power surged, dispelling the balls of flames that came one after another. Zi-Chen looked up at the sky and said, "The thunder dragon just sent a message. He will take care of this battle himself." But Mansha was a little worried. He said that this battle is related to his metamorphosis. In the sky, there were suddenly flashes of silver light. The silver light was like a sharp long sword, piercing through the boundless sea of fire. There was an intense energy vibration. The sea of fire dissipated under the silver light. In the sky, the thunder dragon and the giant black dragon appeared. The silver light around Lei Long's body had become somewhat dim, and its spirit seemed to be very dispirited. On the giant black dragon's huge body, there were a few deep wounds. Blood flowed out from the wounds. Roar! The thunder dragon shook its head. It turned into a silver light and charged up again. The giant black dragon let out an earth-shattering roar. Its huge body crashed into the thunder dragon. Boom! There was a surge of energy. The thunder dragon was sent flying and coughed out blood. However, the giant black dragon was not in a good state. There were 5 deep claw marks on its head. It went from the center of its eyebrows to its eyes. One of its eyeballs almost exploded. The battle between the two dragons was earth-shattering. The difference in their realms was not big. It was a battle of equal strength. The battle became more and more intense. The two dragons were heavily injured. The thunder dragon was almost uninjured. However, it was very dispirited. It had not completely transformed into a dragon. Its form was still a spear. The giant black dragon had many wounds on its body. However, it was still very spirited. In the constant attacks, the two dragons attacked without any regard for their lives. They even wanted to perish together. The faces of Zi-Chen and the others were filled with worry. Suddenly, a loud and clear dragon roar resounded. The thunder dragon turned into a silver light and charged at the giant black dragon. Swoosh! He ignored the physical body and directly entered the black dragon's body. He wanted to devour the giant dragon. The giant black dragon let out a painful roar. Its body kept rolling in the sky, scattering the clouds. A spear shadow appeared above the giant dragon. It was the dragon soul spear. Bang! In the next moment, the dragon soul spear exploded. The thunder dragon abandoned the spear and staked everything.